Welcome back to Streamers Reloaded. My name is Tom and let's get right into the news. And starting off today, we got some issues surrounding DMCA on the platform. When these issues arose previously, Twitch found a solution for streamers wanting to listen to music live. From this problem, they created Soundtrack, a system similar to Spotify or Apple Music, where streamers can listen to music that's licensed for the platform. This system has one very big issue though, shared through Kevin Martin, who tweeted, "With no warning, my Twitch account has been threatened with termination for using a song/product Twitch gave to streamers and advertised as safe." This is posted alongside a video where he states he received a copyright strike and the only music he listened to is from the Twitch Soundtrack system. Digging deeper, he found out the song that caused the strike.
So this was the song that apparently triggered the second copyright strike. Better Together by James Hayden. Better Together by James Hayden. Look at this. So this is the Twitch beta thing that they have promoted as safe for streamers. You scroll a little down on this playlist and look at this. Our friend James Hayden makes an appearance. Better Together. Here it is.
So yes, as it turns out, this Twitch Soundtrack tool that is supposed to be safe for creators is actually not. The reason for that is that Twitch has paid for the licensing to restream the music on this system, but has not paid for the license to have the music on their Twitch VODs. So it's a bit more of a warning than anything, and here Kevin goes on to say, "I missed some instructions regarding the use of music in VODs. While the DMCA situation has been stressful for streamers, this specific copyright strike is definitely my fault." So for those thinking of using the Twitch Soundtrack system, just, be careful. And before we continue today's video, I gotta tell you about the sponsor for today's video, Raid Shadow Legends. Explore millions of champion combinations and master countless tactics as you take on raid bosses, dungeon runs, campaign battles, and PvP arena matches. Use my links below to download Raid yourself to your mobile phone or PC. Raid has been played by over 76 million people and has over 12.5 billion hours of playtime. That's almost 1.5 million years, which is enough time to travel to Mars and back over 1 million times. And this month, Raid's got a jammed-packed schedule of events to kick off the summer. And as always, they've got a bunch of brand new champions coming out, and every single one of them looks absolutely badass. There's also a new rotation of the Doom Tower game mode to try these champions out on. So if you want to get a huge head start in Raid, all you have to do is hit the link in the description and you'll get the free epic hero, Chinoru. 200k silver, 1 XP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard. So you can summon an awesome champion as soon as you get in game. All of the rewards can be found here, so if you want to help support the channel, download Raid through the link in the description. Thanks again to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring today's video, and let's get back to the news. Next up, we got one from I noticed we both speedrun Mario. We should race. I think it would be a fun and wholesome time. Which Babsity responded, "You're on, QT." So here we then skip to the end of the race. QT, Cinderella, and a bunch of other streamers were there, and it seemed like fun. Babsity ended up winning, and we had a bit of drama stemming from the trash talk from after the game. It began simple, just trash talk about the game, then very quickly, this trash talk switched to their streams and connected careers.
I think you'd like the game if you were good.
Oh my! Cutie while she's down.
I think you'd like stream Babsity if you were good at it too, but instead you just have to hang out with Simply, huh?
Oh, the firing back!
Surprised Ludwig didn't have to help you with your BLJs since he helps you with your content, so.
Okay.
He doesn't. I don't have to flirt with a guy to get views, bitch.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I have my own fucking stream.
So do
Don't
I.
fucking cunt to me just because you beat me. Jesus Christ.
Simply. How do we get out of this?
Commentator.
You're only relevant because you talk to Simply, so don't fucking talk to me like that.
I thought it was jokes, man.
We have some.
Did you just say, what'd you fucking say to me?
I thought it was jokes. I thought we were just shit
It
talking.
wasn't a joke. You were being a bitch.
You called me a bitch immediately yesterday. I thought it was just shit talk.
So this got real personal real quick, and it shouldn't have done. We now come forward a few minutes, and Babsity goes on to say that she didn't think she said anything too bad, and she thought it was just trash talk.
I didn't even think I said anything. I just went, maybe if you were good, you'd like the game, which she was saying way worse shit in the beginning. God damn. I think maybe she's just frustrated. I watch her all the time. Like, I like her as a streamer. I think she's awesome, so no actual beef.
So those two clips got over 100k views each, and most of Reddit was on Babsity's side, as it was QT who made the trash talk personal. So QT went to Reddit to respond saying, "A lot of you are right. I was way out of line. I have already reached out to everyone involved and apologized. I'm so sorry I became toxic as hell. I spent an hour losing a very frustrating game, and then when Babs tried to jokingly talk smack, I took it personally and acted immaturely. It was a gross outburst and I'm sorry. I regret acting like that and have definitely been working on not acting this way, and it's an amazing reminder that I need to continue to work on it. I'm sorry." So that's it. This one got real personal and started and ended rather quickly. Next up, we got a rivalry update from that of Twitch and Facebook. As we know, Facebook launched the Facebook Gaming as their live streaming platform. Well, on Monday, the news came out from Zuckerberg himself saying, "To help more creators make a living on our platform, we're going to keep the paid online events, fan subscriptions, badges, and our upcoming news products free for creators until 2023. And when we do introduce revenue share, it will be less than 30% that of Apple and others take." So this instantly becomes very interesting. As we know, the majority of creators on Twitch who make money make 50% of each sub, and top partners get 70% of their subscriptions. And so here we have Facebook creating a new model that says, hey, creators deserve most of, and in some cases, all of their revenue. Now, Twitch has sort of responded to these announcements, but not in the way you may expect. Now, this could just be good timing, but Twitch has said, Facebook login depreciation. We will be removing the option to log in through Facebook in the coming months. Users will start getting prompts to add an email to their account, so you can maintain access to your account after the depreciation. So yeah, this could just be good timing, but it definitely seems like Twitch is trying to cut ties in every way possible from Facebook that they can. Then we got one from the VTuber community with the streamer Ali Mew with a prime example of targeted harassment from another streamer. Ali Mew said, "What the Twitch policies are on people streaming other streams and having their mods/viewers join in trolling a streamer. Also weird that he filtered for the VTuber tag too." So below this is a 2-minute clip posted involving the streamer WoRyan_. The clip shows WoRyan showing up in Ali Mew's chat, saying some things he shouldn't, then getting banned from chat and trying to find other targets. I've shortened this one slightly, here it is.
This is a real B&H customer story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H customers for 30 years, live in...
I don't even know where to look. Why are you anime? Why not? Why not? Why can't I be anime? Huh?
Where are your boobs?
Where are your boobas? Will you be my mute? What does that even mean?
I stream and you dance in the corner for my viewers.
I don't know, but it feels like you're also part of his entourage.
Oh shit!
From his crew.
Oh shit! She's getting all of you guys.
We got WoRyan.
She's getting all you guys. You guys think that you guys are slick? Nah!
Easy clap.
The bands are coming.
Really fast.
No! Okay, there was a smaller one. Whatever. F that bitch. I got better ones anyways.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not in the right spot. I mean, like, on one hand, like, that's fine, but on the other hand...
What are you looking at? Yeah, this is a terrible streamer. God, I liked her. She was cool. It's kind of sad that she's gone. Your mouth isn't working.
Beautiful. My mouth? Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's moving, sometimes not.
At the end of this clip, WoRyan realizes that he can use the tag system to specifically find VTubers. So after that tweet, WoRyan went to Twitter to respond saying, "It's fine if you don't want to be my mute, but will you come over and watch One Piece with me?" Later mocking Ali Mew saying, "The VTuber trying to get me banned is literally older than my grandma. WTF." We then come forward 2 days and WoRyan did get banned from the platform. Ali Mew added to that original tweet saying, "Thank you everyone for coming together. I believe this person is now banned from the platform. I would hope they learn why that behavior/content is not okay. Become a better person." Ryan did go forward to post an apology video surrounding this situation. It does just come off as mocking though. So Ryan did end up receiving a ban and currently still is. He hasn't posted the length, but there you go. So lastly for this one, here is that apology clip.
This is my public apology to Alimu and any other VTubers who I've offended. I didn't know there was something against Smite in the VTuber community. Just wanted somebody to play Smite with. Thought I'd ask a VTuber, but it was my biggest mistake. Clearly they aren't too friendly to non-weebs, but I don't know. Just not really accepted in their community because I asked why her 3D animation didn't have booba. Really wrong of me to sexually harass an animation. Scum of the earth, degenerate of myself. I'm a fool, and I'm sorry. I'll stop playing Smite.
Following on, we got some drama from the Schooled game show, beginning with a smaller piece because Dream was expected to show up, but didn't. When the event came around, Dream was not responding to anyone. He didn't cancel, he didn't say he wasn't going to be there, he just didn't show up. A rumor started spreading that he just ditched to play Minecraft instead, but later on Mizkif tweeted a twitlonger that was a troll that said, about Dream, he's not invited to my quinceañera, which Dream responded, I am so sorry Mizkif, I slept through my alarms. I told you I am not an idiot and I meant it. How can I make it up to you? Which Mizkif responded, face reveal on my stream is a start. And then coming onto the game show itself, we have two culprits of cheating. The first one, way more obvious from that of Bruce Drop 'em Off, who of all the questions to cheat on, we have seen it becomes the most obvious when it's on the math questions. The question that came up is, Sam owns a t-shirt printing business. His expenses are $4 per shirt. Sam sells each shirt for $10. He sold 327 shirts last month. How much total profit did Sam make on the t-shirts last month? So it was a pretty simple calculation, but Bruce clearly got stuck and decided to use his chat to find out the answer. This becomes extremely apparent when he wasn't even able to times any number by 10.
They say when you come from a small town like us, you do things your own way. A way that builds a state-of-the-art network. As a local, you know the dead spots, so you fix them. You know the neighbors, so you're good to them. Did you drop these? You know the neighborhood, so you make a difference.
Thanks for the hot spot.
You know the strongest signal comes from starting local and staying loyal, no matter how much you grow. The nationwide network built from your town up. US Cellular.
I need to message Ming in StarCraft. I haven't seen Ming in chat since I started streaming again. Messaged me on StarCraft
1962
one day and was like,
is
you're on
correct.
while I was working.
Bruce.
I don't know if he knows I'm streaming consistently again.
Apparently you have the right answer, but the wrong math. How do you land in that situation?
327 times 10 doesn't equal that?
327
Or
times
is
10
it
equals
320 times 4?
What the hell you say to me, Bruce?
Am I wrong or am I right?
You're right. That's the problem. How did you get the answer when you get the wrong math?
I did the shit in my head.
He's a genius. So here Mizkif challenges Bruce and gets him to redo the calculation, which he does. This time putting the wrong calculation again, timesing 327 by 4, which he still gets wrong. Then trying one more time, he actually gets it right.
I don't know what you want me to do, Teach.
Bruce, you're an embarrassment to society, all right? I don't know what the hell you got.
Okay,
I don't
wait.
know how you get...
Okay, 7 times 6, 42.
All right, I'm listening.
2 times 6, 12. 4.
Okay, we're on to something
2
here.
times 6, 12. 2 times 6 equals 12. 12 plus 4 equals 16. That's where you get the 6 from. 3 times 6 equals 18. Plus 1, 19. So, okay. I mean... 1962.
You know, that's actually, I believe, correct. Isn't it 327 times 6 is 1962? Isn't that what you guys all did?
Saved.
I'm sorry, Teach.
Bruce, you disgrace. You disgust me.
So yeah, it becomes pretty obvious there
Destiny
is
was on
cheating
that
going on,
episode?
and so following on, we now
I
come
need
on
to-
to the
I
next
need to
day, and Miz Giff
pay
goes on
more
stream
close
to say that
attention to
Bruce
that. I'd
came
like to
forward
watch
to
that a few
admit to
times.
cheating
I've never
right
seen it
after
live, I
doing
just see it on
it.
these
Bruce
clips.
also tweeted showing he received some hate for cheating, which Miz also
Wow.
responded.
Really?
People think I even care. You
Why do
admitted
people
to
have
me
be
the
so
second it
toxic?
happened.
I had like 3 people the other day on StarCraft throw out the N-word at me after beating them when I was trying to get... I was doing my placement matches on random.
And you and Nightmare
So I
carried
wasn't
the
ranked
show.
yet.
Then moving
so
on to
I
the
was
second
like
target, we have
way too low
Babelta,
of
who became the
MMR,
next
and they were
target
like,
of
"Fuck
cheating
you,"
because he was
and,
getting
like,
the answers extremely
Christ.
quickly.
Calm
His friend
down.
posted to Twitter saying, "Eugene isn't cheating, you flipping weirdos. He's playing with one monitor and is flipping between the call and where he has to write the answer." Then going into the comments of this tweet, there are people pointing out that he's just really smart. So that one got debunked quickly because there's no real proof aside from he was answering the questions very quickly. Following on, we have a fake death from the GTA 5 community. Now on this channel, I generally don't cover any death related topics, but this is an exception given the circumstances. This one began in January with another member of the RP community posting saying that Savix, another member of the community, has passed away. Well, we then come forward to 2 weeks ago, and Savix's Discord account suddenly became active, messaging one of the other members in the community again. These screenshots are blurred, but between Savix and Rami, the conversation goes, "We got a lot to talk about, but don't say anything to anyone. I faked it all. People think you're dead. I know. Are you dumb? But you know I'm toxic as F. No, you're just an idiot. It sounds bad, but shit is better this way. You literally could have rode your ban out. Now bro, before it happened, talked about it a little bit with some people, initially said I was done with the whole community and shit. I don't get it, man, so why not just accept your ban and just continue your life? Why fake a death and all that? Makes no sense. Now I just wanted to be done with the whole community and all that shit. Gotta remember, new people in the community outside of it too, so even if I continued life, I just didn't want to F with them. Anyway, we'll talk later after your stream. Bro, you realize people cried over you. You were one of my closest friends, bro. People made murals and everything. You just come back after 6 months and act like nothing happened? WTF is wrong with you? So these messages sound like a dead man walking, but potentially could be fake. It could just be someone that got on Savix's computer and is messing with someone. Well, coming on to 2 weeks ago, these messages were shared over Reddit through Coil, and then we come on to yesterday, and Coil has gone on stream to say that he started an investigation into Savix and was able to confirm that he is alive and previously faked his death. Here's the clip.
We got someone to investigate some shit, like hired a guy or people, and it's 100% confirmed that he's alive, by the way. There's literally zero doubt. Actual evidence, okay? So we got all this information, but obviously I can't release it because that's pretty much doxing. But we know everything about him, like names, addresses, and all that shit. And, you know...
And lastly today we got one from Aiden Ross. As we know, Aiden is one of the top Twitch streamers currently, and along with being at the top comes some pretty big sponsorship deals. Well, Twitch has a bit of an online casino problem currently, which is why we have a clip from Aiden Ross leaking an offer he received to stream one of these online casinos. During this clip, he pulls up his Discord messages with a conversation between him and one online casino saying, "They offered me a bigger bag," with Dualbit saying, "I offered you guys nearly 2 million a month," and Aiden Ross responds, "You offered 1.4 and didn't want to cover expenses. Rubet covering expenses, plus we get a referral code. We are getting more. Sorry bro, maybe we can work again someday." So it's just a little bit of insight into these casino streams going on at the moment. If you're watching these, just please keep in mind that the streamers are always making more than they are losing. So that's the last one for today, and that's where I'm going to end today's video. If you enjoyed today's video, please leave a like, it really does help. I want to thank you all for watching as normal, and I hope to see you in the next one.
I don't think I've seen this one.
Off. There are no untrainable dogs,
5 days
just
ago?
untrained humans. It's just that simple.
Welcome back, Streamers Reloaded. My name is Tom, and let's get right into the news. Quick pause here. Hello everyone. The first part of this video was supposed to be released last Sunday. I remade this video 3 times over and wasn't happy with the quality and ended up cutting out most of it. So the first part of this video is comprised of last week's news. So if you're not interested in that stuff, skip to this time. Otherwise, enjoy the video. And first up today, we have a few follow-ons from the XQC No Pixel ban drama from last week. First up, we had XQC acknowledging the ban on Twitter, saying, "I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I got overwhelmed by all the unfortunate circumstances and didn't act the right way. I'm permid from RP right now, but I still want to apologize to those who got collateral. I hope you know it wasn't malice, and I love and respect all our peers." So after the permaban, X has also made an offer to the NoPixel admins, requesting that he's unbanned, but will only play his cop character. That was responded with no response.
I told the admins, wasn't it? Listen.
Then it wasn't
I'll
responded.
take a perma, okay, on X if you let me play on PP or whatever, until I learn to become better, right? But then they didn't reply.
This went further as X really wanted to play on the server, and here we head over to Soda Poppin's channel, and X showed up in chat requesting to buy Soda's account to play on. He offered 10 to 20k for the account, but Soda let X know that Coil, the owner of the NoPixel server, was in chat.
Sell me your RP account. How much do you want for it? Felix, do you understand that in my raid right now, Coil is in here, in my Discord channel. I don't even think he's streaming, so he's probably reading my chat. Just saying. Out of all the times. The owner of the server.
Don't say, oh,
right.
Why are we all owing?
69k flat. Firm 69k.
The last update comes from X again. He said that he reached out to Babo Abe, the person who ran the Rust RP and PvP servers previously, and requested that he start it up again. Then coming on to Thursday, Babo Abe confirmed himself that the Rust content server will be coming back July 1st. I'm sure for that there's going to be a ton of drama and it's going to be a lot of fun. Alongside this, on Sunday, from one of XQC's update accounts, there was an announcement of a NoPixel.
Welcome to New Zealand. I am your iFit guide, Graham McTavish. We will be exploring the North and South Islands of this beautiful country.
Click on your fan, step up to your machine.
Let's get hiking.
In this video, we will show the best laptops for Elgato Game Capture HD available to buy. At number 10. Dell Inspiron 157559. The Dell Inspiron 157000
3.0 sister server. As XQC is banned from the NoPixel server, this will be an alternative for him. Here it states that the server will have lower fines, higher crime payout, and will be paid to access. Coil, the owner of NoPixel, stated that it is public and not pay to play, but this update account did add further saying the server will be free to access and most likely paid for higher priorities. So there will be another NoPixel server which XQC will have access to. Given it's public though, it's probably going to have more problems than the current one. Then next up we got one from the Fortnite community and the streamer and pro player Paper_FN. And this one comes down to targeted harassment towards another pro group. One user tweeted out saying Paper is heated, along with some screenshots of some pretty clear targeted harassment towards this other group of players. In one example he said this group are fat R-word who will be homeless in 1 year. Then another example showing FN Paper saying he's going to physically beat these players, and the last example where he says he wants to kill these players. Of course, pretty clear this is not the way to treat anyone in any pro scene, and this ended up not only with Paper getting disqualified from this tournament and blamed it on anger problems, but of course, one step further, Paper's partnered Twitch account was banned from the platform as well. These kind of bans normally end up either being 30 days or permanent, so we'll just have to wait and see. Then we have another ban stemming from a smaller streamer trying to find another streamer to host on the platform. This clip went absolutely viral, getting 101k views, where Critical Kyle searched for another channel to host and ran into the channel by the name Pumpkin Nug. In this case, the guy ended up saying the homophobic F word on stream, and Critical Kyle decided not to host him, of course. But because this clip got so many views, Pumpkin Nug ended up getting banned from the platform. The following clip is censored a bit. Here it is.
Literally, you just click on someone else's
6
screen and try to
hours?
host
Yeah,
them.
we're hosting him. This guy's dedicated. Yo,
just
chat,
for happening to
listen,
click on
let's make someone's day, bro.
Like,
This guy's been
obviously, I
streaming
don't
for
think the ban
6
will last.
hours and has 1 viewer. Like, do you understand how much that sucks? And he just died. No, god damn it, nah. Hey, yo, we gotta host him, bro.
Russian, bro. Hardcore.
Never. All right. Never mind. Abort mission.
Next up, we got one from Alinity. For those of you who don't know, not too long ago, Alinity started an OnlyFans, and of course, Alinity is a pretty controversial figure and huge streamer. During Alinity going on Mizkit's stream, this topic of OnlyFans came up, and Alinity shared what kind of money she's making from it. There were two clips that went absolutely viral. In the first one, she compares how well OnlyFans pays compared to Twitch, and then in the second one, she compares how much she makes to how much Mizkit makes. Here are those clips.
So let me ask, do you make more on Twitch or on?
I take like half of everything, at least.
I'm gonna give you an idea. I don't want to say how much I make in one place and the other. But
it's somewhere between $1 million and 1.1.
In 2 months, I've made what I would have made in 10 years on Twitch.
So about $1 million. I don't. Jesus Christ, that's a lot.
Twitch?
Yeah, no, on your OnlyFans, and I'll do on Twitch, and I'll put it in Discord. I will not leak it. I will just tell chat who made more. Ready?
Okay, you say first.
She makes as much as I do! Are you serious? Holy shit!
Then we come on to this week and we get the big drama from that of Aiden Ross, a streamer who's blown up in the past year, and 3 other big streamers, that being Soda Poppin, Ludwig, and NMP LOL. Beginning on NMP LOL's stream, in this first clip, these 3 are talking about Aiden Ross, his community, and how he got his start on Twitch. While talking about Aiden, they decide to slide in a few disses throughout. Here is the first clip.
Also, Aiden Ross is known for kissing Corinna at Blood.
I did say that. Well, he was known for that. It was his most viewed YouTube video. Okay, we got really mad about that. I don't know. I know it's who Aiden Ross is. Yeah. Where the he kissed grandpa? Is that like his thing? No, so like he has like a bunch of connections in the LA scene, and like he hits a viewer base that like me and you will never hit. And our viewer bases are very different, but they're still closer together than like Aiden Ross's viewers and our viewers.
All I know, they literally only know 2 letters of the alphabet.
Okay, his viewers are like the kids in high school who want to be cool. You know, like, oh, like I like rap, I like, you know, like this sort of stuff, like kind of like hype beast-ish. The only thing I don't get is he'll do these streams that are like really big. He'll bring in a rapper, he'll bring in like a girl to e-date, but then he'll do a stream where he plays Roblox horror games. Yeah. And I'm like, this seems weird. And his viewers will drop and they'll be like Resident Sleeper. I'm like, why are you playing Roblox horror games?
Yeah, that's probably what, like, deep down inside he really likes that stuff.
Yeah.
Even though his viewers don't.
He's bringing in rappers and like famous women, but all to play Roblox on stream.
So these didn't seem too bad, but heading over to Aiden Ross's community, first RiceGum found out and reacted to it on stream, which then made it to Aiden, who hit back at these disses on his community, then switching the target to the streamers themselves.
Don't disrespect my viewers like that. You guys literally have Hall of Fame nerds, Hall of Fame threats in your chat that spam poggers, Omegalode the entire stream, bro. You guys are unfunny streamers. You guys are not funny, bro. You guys are not funny at all. Fat, pimple-faced, 4-eyed people with social problems. Watch you guys, bro. And on top of all that, hold on. It's like, bro, I'm not even trying to be mean. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's like you're disrespecting my viewers, bro.
Alongside this, we then had Aiden on Soda Poppin. As Soda previously said, he has been in Aiden's channel. So here similarly, we have Aiden going off on Soda Poppin, and Soda Poppin then reacting to Aiden's response. There's a bit of back and forth here, so here's just the final clip.
This guy's protest, right?
You're weird.
Yeah.
No, like he actually thinks he's funny. Like he talks to himself. Like, this is bad. This is really bad. What the First of all, he really... What the fuck?
I'd never heard of this Aiden Ross kid until like a week ago.
I am funny. I am funny. I am! You're laughing. I see that little smirk. You fucking... Look! See? I am funny.
First of all,
He can't process it.
Now, this all continued a lot on stream, and Aiden and the rest of his group talked about this stuff for hours, but moving forward, this beef went over to Twitter. As of today, mostly every tweet has been deleted, so here are a few copies. The big one from Aiden Ross, who said, "Fan, you know everything about me. Shit's sad how you hate on me for no reason when I've never ever said shit about you but given you props for your subathon and grind. You really sad for coming at me and my community." This is followed by a screenshot of a private message from Ludwig. These messages are from a couple months ago and a previous much smaller
What is
drama.
this guy
Here
doing?
Ludwig says that he doesn't want any bad blood between them, and it's all love and support from Ludwig's side. From here it became a bit of a pile
What
on.
are
As of
you
today,
doing?
almost every tweet to do with this subject has been deleted, but Myth summed it up pretty well though, saying, "I just opened Twitter and the kids at Bandcamp have declared war on the kids that resell sneakers. What the F happened?" Well, for this drama we head forward, and it appears the drama has ended. On Aiden Ross's stream, him and FaZe Banks called Ludwig to squash the beef. So lastly for this one, here is that clip.
Hey Banks, how's it going? It's me, Ludwig.
Hi, Ludwig.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm with Aiden. What's going on? What up, Miz? What up, Hassan?
Look at how many of his workers are
How's it
following
going?
me.
Nice to meet you.
He has like no income right now.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. What's up?
Are you guys watching the stream?
Yeah, we're on stream right now baking a cake, watching the stream on the phone.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you guys should. I think you guys should talk to each other. Hey, man! I just want to say, you know, I respect everything you guys got going on, man. You and your community got it. You guys are devious. You guys got your own thing going. I got emotional last night, but it's all good. I have no, you know, bad blood.
Following on, previously we went over Caseytron cheating on Scald drama. As we know, Casey ended up winning the event and later admitted to cheating. Well, on Monday, once again, there was another Scald event and Casey was invited on and didn't cheat this time. Very interesting comparison. This time, Casey didn't have any chug jugs and was not only the first person off the show, but failed the second grade. Here's the clip.
Well, I hate chess. Pencils down, hands up. What type of line is latitude represented by on a map, horizontal or vertical? The answer is...
They wouldn't be on this fucking show anyway.
Yeah, doesn't it depend on how you're looking at the map?
Well, she's not cheating this time.
Following on, we had some drama between that of PokeLols and NMP LOL. Over the weekend, an event was held on NMP's stream known as ShitCon. A lot of big streamers in the Dallas, Texas area were invited, but Poke was not. Now, this one stems from some behind-the-scenes stuff we don't know about, but what we do know is that last week, PokeLols tweeted out saying, "Can't stand fake people, to be honest. What about you?" Between these two, there has been a lot of following and unfollowing on Twitter, so when Poke tweeted that out, it was pretty clear it was about NMP. So of course, that was last week and Poke was not invited to the event. Poke was pretty bummed about it, and so NMP became the target to ask why wasn't he invited. So we begin with a clip on NMP's stream where he explains why Poke wasn't invited.
I just need to make sure this guy doesn't have another base
And the
somewhere
reason
and it will be
for this
golden
was because I cannot take the subtweets. I can't. I'm 30 years old. Can't have it. It's so annoying. It just drives me up a wall. I can't take the constant getting blocked and unblocked and the baby rage. I can't take it. So
after this, we then come on to Tuesday, and Poke went on stream pretty mad and upset and decided to explain and talk about that subtweet. Here he blames Nick, saying that the tweet wasn't about him, but NMP decided to make it about him. There was then a second clip. At this point, PokeLol turned off his webcam and got even more upset. In this clip, he's accepted the reality and states that he just wanted to be their friends.
He was stupid. It was about everything happening, and I felt like people didn't just want to exclude me, and I felt like a bitch. You know what I mean? I felt pissed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't name anyone at all. I just said, "Don't you hate fake people?" And that was my tweet to just relate to people feeling the same way. But he put his name on it. Does that make sense? He put his name on it and made it about him. Actually, said, "Hey, it's about me," but no one knew. Nobody knew shit. Nobody knew shit. But chat wants to say, "So you subtweeted?" Yeah, I subtweeted. What? Who cares? People don't get it. I moved to Austin. These guys got me a house here before. I felt like we were close. And it's okay, if you stop liking me, that's cool. But then to like go out of your way and exclude me and things just feels weird, okay? Like I've been hearing about this party being set up for a while. Like, I really thought all these people were my best friends, like really before. And Gigi always thought I was so annoying, how much I liked them. Before we even moved here. She thought I was so annoying thinking I was blind. She even saw it early, dude. She knew early. You know? I'd always want to be their friends. It was just so stupid of me.
Next up, we got one involving the streamer Cannabis. From an exposed tweet from one of the drag streamers, Deer tweeted out about Cannabis saying, this Twitch partner is going around harassing women and LGBTQIA2+ streamers live on their stream.
How many letters are
this
they
clip
gonna
shows
have?
them mistake me for a Twitch
Jesus
staff
fuck,
and running so they're not caught. There was also a 2-minute clip here cutting it down a bit. Cannabis goes into another streamer's channel and one of his viewers spams chat saying he's 15 years old. He then asks the streamer if they want to come on his stream. The streamer responds, and then Deer shows up in chat, and Cannabis mistakes Deer for a Twitch staff and bails out of the channel. Here is the last little bit of the clip.
Maybe. What do you stream about? You can always send me a DM or an email, and I will happily check you out. But
oh shit. Oh, we got a staff member. Oh. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out, bro. Hold on.
No, that was fucking wild.
Yeah.
So this clip ended up getting 100k views on Twitter, and the streamer in question did end up getting a suspension. Cannabis himself got partnered on Twitch just a day before this ban. The ban email itself states that this suspension is 7 days and is for sexually harassing others. Going into the comments of this tweet, there was a lot of people calling for the partnership to be removed. As of right now though, Cannabis is still partnered and is currently banned. Next up, we got one from the NoPixel 3 point. So yes, the new public server mentioned at the start of the video has opened up, and first up, XQC has been made manager of Burger Shot. Alongside this, Coil has been playing on the server to get things running and managed to catch an XQC stream sniper live. Coil arrested this person, and this person had XQC's stream on loud enough that the audio was coming through their mic, which ended in a swift ban from the server. Here's the clip.
You saw who? Sorry.
Jake Paul.
Who is that?
Some guy in the orange shirt.
Oh, the guy you're listening to at the moment.
At what?
Oh, the guy you're listening to at the moment. Anyways. Oh, fuck, dude.
I'm hearing an echo.
No fucking stop.
And for the last one for today, although the Adam Ross drama has ended, it appears some of the community members are still a bit mad. As QT Cinderella, who tweeted earlier this week, said, "Yo, Instagram, please help me and my friend Will Neff, who got banned due to mass reporting from very cool kids. We actually did nothing wrong besides play instruments in high school. Please help." So yes, QT's and Will Neff's Instagram accounts have been banned due to mass reporting. As of right now, the accounts haven't been reinstated, but should do soon. And so that's actually what I'm going to end today's video. For those who have watched to the end, today's video is using a very different mic to normal. So my only question to you is, does it sound any different, and is it better or worse than normal, if you noticed any difference? So anyway, that's the end of today's video. I want to thank you all for watching as normal, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Alright, we're just gonna make a fuckload of banelings and go attack this guy.
What's up, Graham? It's Guys here. So how would you like to double your money by, this time tomorrow? Well, if that's the case, ignore Warren Buffett. Throw all the conventional investing wisdom out the window and instead look no further than Reddit. That's right, within this small, tight-knit community of 10 million users, there appears to be a hidden formula to finding the next big 10-bagger, which includes the likes of Clover Health Investments, up 76% in 24 hours, Wendy's, yes, the fast food chain with square hamburgers, up 25%, Wish, the e-commerce platform, up 50%, all of which have garnered the front page headline of every major business publication that's gotta leave you thinking. What's going on? How do they find out about this early enough to invest? And most importantly, are there any chicken tendies left for the rest of us? So let's cover all of that and more on this episode of The SEC is Cracking Down on the Gamification of Stocks and Why I'm Canceling Robinhood. Because I've had some issues with them that I have yet to talk about publicly until now. But really quick, as usual, before we start, it would mean a lot to me if you crack down on that like button for the YouTube algorithm by regulating it until it turns blue. Plus, rumor has it that for every 1 like this video gets, a short seller loses $1. So thank you guys so much, and now let's begin. So before we go into all of these tantalizing money printing details, we first got to talk about meme stocks. See, in the olden days of investing, in the long ago, last year, investing was based on a company's core fundamentals of expected growth, earnings, net profit, and cash flow. And from there, you would make a calculated investment in terms of how undervalued you felt they were. But today, it's almost as though the traditional investing advice no longer applies, because the stocks that are doing the best, at least in the short term, have absolutely nothing to do with fundamentals at all. But instead, they're based on a combination of sudden investor enthusiasm, short seller interest, and the potential to make a lot of money very quickly, which you could then post on Reddit for internet points that unfortunately don't have any cash value. Okay, but seriously, meme investing has sparked the entire growth of a community dedicated to finding beaten down, overly shorted stocks that, with the right catalyst and enough momentum, could skyrocket in price, cause short sellers to lose billions of dollars, and make the people who bought in early really rich in the process. Lately, the attention has turned to a mixture of GameStop, which recently came back above $300 a share, AMC, which rose in price in the expectation of a hedge fund short squeeze, and now Clover Health, which is said to be experiencing a gamma short squeeze, with over 43% of their shares being short, along with Wish going up in price from a 51% short position. Or in other words, all you need to know is this. Reddit users are looking for overly shorted stocks in precarious positions that hedge funds believe will be going down in price. And then they begin buying them up, causing retail momentum to drive the price even higher, causing hedge funds to have to cover their positions, which causes the price to rise even higher and higher and higher. It's pretty much the stock market version of putting Mentos in a Coke bottle and then watching it explode, except with money. But critics of this say that it's not investing, it's gambling, and they blame the surge of meme investing on the apps that make it all possible to begin with, like Robinhood. In the last 30 days, despite stocks like AMC being up 465%, GameStop 109%, BlackBerry 94%, and Build-A-Bear 132%, the SEC says,
"Did you really have to wear that shirt?"
I'm on. You know this is my lucky shirt. Every time I wear it, I get the best deals.
You don't need it, because the best deals on smartphones are for everyone.
Even if we're already with AT&T?
Everyone.
I want to alt-tab and
right, Lily?
That's right. It's kind of been our thing.
skip this commercial, but I'm at a critical point in the game.
Wait. What?
It's had a good run. We'll keep it safe.
Bad thing is, if you don't skip a commercial on YouTube, a lot of times they play 2. But if you skip it, they'll play just 1.
Feels weird.
Yep.
Picking it up.
Sure. Then play another.
The legacy of that shield is complicated, to say the least.
That shield should be destroyed. This world is ours. We're never gonna stop.
It's the closest thing I've got left to a family.
I hate when people play random and then don't say their race.
Let
It's
anybody
kinda,
tell me I can't fight for
horseshit,
it. Now
to be
streaming on
honest.
Disney Plus, and upgrade to the Disney bundle for even more.
Hopefully he's tearing her protests.
is that they want to crack down on the gamification of stocks with a new regulatory layer that would directly impact some of the most popular stock trading apps being used right now to process these trades. Their thinking is that at some point these stocks are going to come crashing down, just like GameStop fell from $483 to $40 in 3 weeks, or like how originally AMC dropped from its January high of $20 down to a low of $5. Because just as easily as you could make a lot of money, you could also lose a lot of money, and that's where all of this begins. The SEC recently said that they're worried that these stocks are too easy to trade on Robinhood and elsewhere, and that investors could be setting themselves up for massive losses. He then went on to say that one of the ways to deal with the gamification of trading is to force brokers to act more like fiduciaries, as opposed to passive trading platforms that merely process trades.
Can't
For
do
them,
that.
it would really
That's
be
not
no
the role
different
of a
than putting a
broker.
warning label on an alcoholic drink
Role
or a
brokers
parental
fulfill
advisory
orders.
sticker sticker on a CD. Remember those? And in this way, a brokerage would be less likely to incentivize you to make such trades when they themselves benefit from the data that you give them. Instead, a brokerage would, as they say, look out for your best interest and make you aware that, hey, you might lose some money on the stock, but as long as you check this box and agree, there you go, now you can give us your money. Some brokerages have even tried to get ahead of the curve in advance before they happen. Like, for example, the free stock trading app Public places a high-risk tag on certain stocks and a warning that comes up that you have to acknowledge before proceeding forward. From there, you can still trade whatever you want, but at least you better understand the risks. The issue that Robinhood previously faced was that the SEC said that they made investing a little bit too easy and a little bit too similar to gambling by giving their users free stocks held within a scratch-off ticket that rained confetti. In this case, investing feels a little bit more like a game with the screen flashing red or green depending on whether or not you gained or lost money. Which I will admit, I thought was a lot of fun, and that helps appeal to a brand new audience who ordinarily would have had no interest whatsoever in building their wealth. But unfortunately, that also came with the dark side of some people taking it a bit too far. For example, the New York Times ran an article about a 32-year-old investor who said he was lured into the app through features that included falling confetti and emoji-filled phone notifications. But after repeatedly losing money, he took out $60,000 from home equity to put into even riskier options in hopes of making his money back. Surprisingly, after having some initial success, he grew that account to over $1 million before proceeding to lose all of it, and his account is now down to $7,000. Now, according to an analysis of industry data and legal filings, as well as interviews with past and current Robinhood employees, they say the app was built on what appears to be a Silicon Valley playbook of behavioral nudges and push notifications to draw investors towards risky trading, which happens to make Robinhood quite a lot of money in the process. And the gamification of investing is working. In the first 3 months of 2020, Robinhood users traded 9 times as many shares as E-Trade customers and 40 times as many shares as Charles Schwab customers. They also bought and sold 88 times as many risky options contracts as Schwab's customers relative to the average account size, according to the analysis. That, they say, leads their customers to making decisions not in their own best interest, but in the best interest of Robinhood, who benefits from excess trading. Others are concerned that Robinhood is not doing enough to protect their own customers against the risks of investing, as evidenced by a tragic situation in which 20-year-old Alex Kearns took his own life after thinking he had lost $730,000 trading an investment that he should not have been qualified to make. So the SEC has a solution, and they call it regulation best interest that would warn users before they invest in a volatile stock. They also argue that because Robinhood rewards its users when they place a trade, that could be interpreted as the company giving advice. And if a company has an influence on which stocks you invest in, then technically they should be guiding you towards the stocks that are in your own best interest. The SEC then ended their statement by saying that they'll continue to monitor the meme stock frenzy in light of the ongoing volatility in certain stocks to determine if there have been any disruptions of the market, manipulative trading, or other misconduct. Now, obviously, though, this has not stopped meme stock communities and Wall Street bets from finding beaten down stocks, buying them up, and making a lot of money. But even though there tends to be a predictable pattern in terms of which stocks are bought up, it doesn't always appear to be true. For example, this week, Wendy's was the go-to fast food stock that was serving a lot more than just chicken tendies. But they don't fit the mold of the traditional meme stock in the sense that they're heavily shorted and low-hanging fruit. In fact, it was just a few days ago that a Reddit user said they were actually legitimately undervalued. And then we have the catalyst. Only 6% or 13 million shares are available for retail trading. Meaning if this thing were to go viral, a low scarcity of shares combined with low volume combined with high interest means a little buying push could move the price very quickly, very high. And well, that's kind of what happened. At the time I was planning this video, Wendy's shares were about $28 a share, and as for where it could go from here, it's really too early to tell. But they are, however, very active on Twitter, where one user asks if their new salad has superhero powers, to which they respond, "I legally cannot say that, but it is super good." Now obviously this was enticing to see if they would respond to me too, so I took to Twitter and tagged them in a post saying, "If you could remind my viewers to smash the like button, I will immediately go ahead and buy your salad." And guess what? They didn't respond. Right? So it's definitely not as bullish as I would have expected, and maybe that's why their stock is down today. But hey, you know what? I tried. Anyway, the way I see it, when it comes to meme stock investing, listen, I get it, I see the appeal. It's hard not to look at strangers on the internet making hundreds of thousands of dollars in a few days and thinking, hey, you know, I should be able to do that too. But at their core, meme stocks make very little fundamental sense in terms of the company itself, they're extremely risky. And just as easily as you could make money, you could lose money. The losers, unfortunately, are the ones we rarely hear about. During a meme stock frenzy, it's easy to feel compelled to buy in at whatever price it's trading at with the hope that maybe you would be able to sell it for more in the future and walk away with a profit. But that does not always happen, and usually it's the people who could least afford to lose money who wind up losing money. For example, had you bought a few of these stocks yesterday before the market closed at the time I was planning this video, here's how you would be doing today. GameStop up 4.5%, AMC down 8.65%, Clover Health down 11.4%, and Wendy's down 11.4%. I think stories like this would be way more common if people felt comfortable talking about it. But there's often a shame associated with losing money, and not too many people want to admit that they impulsively bought in and then sold at a loss. Don't invest what you can't afford to lose. Set a limit in terms of where you're going to be taking profits, diversify into other investments, and understand the risks with what you're doing. I understand it's really easy to think that, oh, I only have $10,000. It's going to take too long to hit $1 million, so I may as well just go and YOLO everything I have because that's my only chance. But then we really just got to call it for what it is, and that's gambling. And you should at least make an effort to have an entry and exit point ahead of time so you don't get caught up in the emotion of having this stock rise and fall in a matter of days. And I think it's pretty obvious that meme stock investing is here to stay, and even if they put warning labels on certain stocks, I don't think that's going to dissuade anybody who's convinced they want to buy in. I think what's most likely going to happen from this is that fundamentally it's going to discourage short sellers from overly shorting a stock. Hedge funds might also quickly de-risk as soon as they catch any wind of a meme stock rally. And over time, there's probably going to be a more balanced price discovery of stocks, instead of finding the one that's most shorted and then driving it up from there. But enough about meme stocks. Let's go back to Robinhood, and I'll tell you the reason I'm canceling them. First of all, it's important to mention that as somebody who talks nonstop about personal finance, it's my job to use every single stock market brokerage out there. I trade with everything. I see which features I like and which features I don't like, and many of these accounts have been set up for years. But unfortunately, Robinhood has been the one lately giving me a lot of problems. Now, in the past, it's not bothered me that they route order flow. Pretty much every single brokerage does it, and it was never an issue. I also was not affected by them temporarily shutting down meme stock investing during the GameStop saga. And for the most part, I've just had money sitting on that account for quite some time that I've just let grow. But since then, a few things have happened. On April 15th, I got a notice that my account had been restricted and that I would be unable to withdraw money from the platform. You know, I thought, fine, it doesn't really matter to me much anyway. I wasn't planning on moving money around, so I'll just get that sorted and leave it be. But then immediately after, I also got hit with a deposit restriction, which means I can't deposit any more money on the platform, which again, I thought, okay, fine, it's not that big of a deal. I have plenty of other brokerages out there. It'll be fine. But once I got that notice, I went ahead and uploaded my driver's license, my passport, and my social security card so that way they'd be able to verify my identity. But 2 weeks went by and nothing happened, so I emailed their support team to follow up, and they...
Conventional thinking doesn't disrupt the status quo, which is why T-Mobile for Business uses unconventional thinking to help your business realize new possibilities. Only one 5G partner offers unmatched network support and value without any trade-offs.
They responded by saying, due to the nature of your claim, we are escalating your case to our fraud investigations team. If necessary, a representative from Robinhood will contact you by phone. So then after that, another 2 weeks goes by and I hear nothing. So I follow up with them again and I get another reply. Just following up on your case and letting you know that the information you provided is still being investigated. Our team will follow up with you soon. Now, another week goes by and I send a follow-up email and I get back. The time to complete our investigation varies for each account and situation, but we will keep you updated along the way. It has now been 2 months. There's still been no progress made. My account is still locked and I have no access to my money. I even gave them the benefit of the doubt by sending them an email last night before even making this video just to see if maybe something could get resolved, to which again I get this email. I have reached out to our fraud team for an update. As soon as I hear fro I am them, I will be sure to update you. Thank you for your continued patience. Now, had this been a situation where this was my only account and I needed the money for rent or bills or anything like that, I would have been screwed. This unfortunately is a huge problem and is the reason why I'm planning to remove all of my money from the platform as soon as this restriction is lifted. I usually tend to be pretty easygoing with stuff like this, and I don't even mind if my money is locked up for a few weeks or even a month or two at a time. But now 2 months and no indication of what's going on at all, I've just had enough. So that's why I'm canceling it. It really sucks. This was just the final straw, and keeping this going for 2 months now is just too much to ignore. So those are my thoughts on those two topics. When it comes to meme stock investing, just understand the risks associated with what you're doing and make sure you have enough money diversified elsewhere in the event of a short-term loss. However, it's obvious that meme stocks are here to stay, at least for the foreseeable future. And hedge funds should be very cautious about which stocks they end up shorting, because all it takes is a few of these in a
Why the f didn't they place the toilet this way? So you could just walk in, have a lot of space in front of you, sit down instead of...
I hate ZVZ.
What's up guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have QT Cinderella. Now we have an update from yesterday's video after she lashed out on Bab City. If you guys missed out, be sure to check out my last video, the link is in the description. Today QT Cinderella apologises and commented on LSF Reddit post with the following. Posted in the other threads, but everyone here deserves the same apology. A lot of you are right, I was way out of line. I've already reached out to everyone and involved and apologised. I'm sorry I've become toxic as hell. I've spent an hour losing a very frustrating game, and then when Babs tried to jokingly talk smack, I took it personally and acted immaturely. It was a gross outburst and I'm sorry. I regret acting like this, and I have been definitely working on not acting this, and this is an amazing reminder that I need to continue to work on it. I'm sorry. So what are you guys' thoughts on QT's response? Let me know in the comment section below.
Do we know where everybody is?
Yeah, Will told me to call an Uber. We're going in separate Uber things?
Yeah, I guess so. And you guys are going somewhere else.
Oh. Excuse me, what the f*** should be coming to? You gonna say something?
Sounds such a cock.
What? Well, you just swore at us. That's gonna be on live stream.
Apologize when I truly don't believe that I said anything wrong, because all I said was some things you shouldn't say. And I know where you were going, and I wanted to stop you before you said what you said. So I don't believe I did anything wrong, because we had the same conversation happen over the blackjack stream. Because it happened once before, and it was not good. So I just wanted to stop you from saying it before you said it. That's it. It's literally happened once before. Just because you're visibly angry, I need to apologize because you're visibly angry. How about I be visibly angry?
All right, Tina. So where are you from?
I don't know really. I don't know. I don't have a property yet. So I feel like I don't really belong anywhere.
Are you new around here?
I sure am. New around these parts.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, this is going to be our female talent. She's going to be working with you today. This is Jen.
Oh, hey there, Tina. I'm gonna take great care of you. Don't you worry a thing. I'll make things so easy for you. You're gonna fit right in. I thought you were the talent.
Let me get some mood music to get the.
Wait, Peter! Whoa! Wait, what's happening? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, tell for what?
What the fuck is happening? Oh, it's in the Minecraft.
Get off the couch! Get off the couch! You! This dirt! I'm leaving. What? Peter, are you joking? Peter!
I'm like, but how are they gonna monitor Dream? I don't know, like an avatar? They can do like an avatar, right? But it's like, how will nobody know that he's cheating? It's, you know, he's a known cheater just like I'm a known cheater. He's a known cheater, and it's like I'm a known cheater. I would not be able to not be on stream, you know? But here he is, a known cheater, no camera. I just think it's a little bit, you know,
Let me get off the camera
unfair.
so I don't get
Keep going. Oh, they're sweet. They're sweet. They're sweet kids, honestly. I don't have a problem with them. I've been joking around with them on the Twitter.
Trying to cancel that. There we go.
They know it's true though. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, nobody wants.
Here's the thing. It's not only that you're a partner is the problem and that you represent Twitch. You're also a mod who is a partner. And you are provoking 100,000 people in order to do that. And that is totally deserve spam. For spamming that shit. Like, how do you say he did nothing wrong? He spammed in front of 100,000 people because he knows he has the power that you're a fat. And you know what's funny about that is afterwards he messaged Cutie Cinderella and he's like, look, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. I didn't mean that and that. And like, that, he tried to go, you know, that route where he like said it in front of 100,000 people, but then behind.
They say when you come from a small town, you grow up a little different. When U.S. Cellular's founder, Roy Carlson, looked at small towns, he saw nothing but potential. Potential that deserved the best technology. Since the other guys were busy with the biggest cities, well, he'd just have to build the networks there himself. Here's the thing. When you create a network as a local, you know the dead spots, so you fix them. You know the neighbors, so you're good to them. Did you drop these? You know the local neighborhood, so you make a difference.
Thanks for the hot spot.
When you go town by town, doing it different, you might even win some awards. You might even want to celebrate. But we're still far from done. You know, it's a good thing we started local. Otherwise, we might not be. A little different. The nationwide network built from your town up. U.S. Cellular.
We have a few questions.
Tell me if he's okay.
How long you been seeing him there?
Why are you doing this?
My best friend is upset with me. You didn't know he was my ex. This was a mistake.
I like you.
I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm done.
But you was a good person. Are you jealous? Excuse me?
All of you are my best friends. Don't be.
Behind closed doors.
Come here, baby.
I think they really resonated with that.
You guys want some behind the scenes memes into the streamer world? Are you ready? The hardest part of getting any type of event like this ever to work is getting a whole bunch of streamers to show up on time. It's literally impossible. Streamers are the worst, most irresponsible when it comes to collecting payment on time, like for invoicing, to get people to show up on time, get people to commit to anything. They're children. Oh, you don't have to go anywhere? Because most streamers just like got into streaming from like high school. They've never had a job before. They've never had like adult responsibilities before. Their parents didn't give them chores to do. They just are like kids. They're like big kids that make a ton of money. So like getting them to like show up somewhere on time is like impossible.
How do you like being tested? It's dumb. Be the best version of yourself. Ask for help, especially from your female friends. Upgrade your wardrobe. Ask them to set you up with someone. Ask them to look over your Tinder profile. Whatever you want to do. Be like, hey, I need some update. Like, help me out with my Tinder profile. Right? What if you don't have female friends? Okay. What if you don't have female friends? From Butt Farm Poker. I don't even know what that means. But I'm trying to be fair here, but I have to wonder if there's a correlation between the name Butt Farm Poker and your inability to have female friends. Right? Like what? Like I.
Superman, though. You tell me that one more time and I will raise my volume.
I feel like they are more siblings. No, please. Cut the feed. Cut the feed. Cut the feed.
Andre, don't pinch people's nipples.
They are more siblings than you are.
I actually Look, it's bad, but I'm kind of relieved. I feel like I'm on vacation and I just handed her off to us.
No, I take care of daycare kids all day.
She's like a little gremlin.
Kamikaze attacks.
No, I deal with this all the time. It's nice to have somebody else.
That was horrible, chat. That was actually terrible. I'm sorry. That was horrible. Yeah, you know what, chat? You're right. No one won is a lie. They won. Because they wasted your time. They made you pay $50 for that. They made you wait hours and hours. They hyped that shit up. And it was the most boring thing ever. And they got each like $50 million for that.
Miz, stop. We're gonna expose all of Twitch.
Is this what viewers feel like for us? And I feel like for them because they make more money than me?
Yes.
I'm just jealous. Those guys. Now I understand why my viewers hate me. That.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
That's what we'll be doing. Yes. Hey, 25 gifters, Melina, come on. Here we go. Cherry, let's go. Thank you.
Please?
Rest in peace!
Why does my tablet keep fucking falling? GG, easy.
And I'll keep talking perhaps.
Silver, big silver leaguer.
Boy, today
We'll play some random.
the plan is simple. Oh God! Oh my God! That
I
scared
have the stream up on my tablet to give myself an extra viewer, but my tablet keeps dying. Sad face.
That was terrifying.
What's up,
Not like
guys?
dying, but the
Streamer
screen
TV,
just
and
goes
first up
black
in the
and
news,
you
we have
know the
Kira
stream's
Kitty,
on.
a
Yeah,
popular
shit.
Twitch streamer with more than 214,000 followers on the platform. Now, this streamer's already had a pretty rocky 20.
Should we watch? What was that channel? I found like another crime channel the other day instead of JCS. Seen almost all the JCS videos. Coffee House Crime. That's what it was. That deformed his own face. Alright, let's check it out.
If you've never heard of UPAC, that's okay. We don't spend money on expensive TV
Let's check it
commercials
out.
or radio jingles. Instead,
check it out,
we keep
G.
marketing costs low and pass those savings on to you. Even if you haven't heard of us, we've been busy. We've helped with over 850,000 moves, transported over 1 billion miles. With a claim rate that's less than 1%, we're confident we can help you.
It was a crime so strange, cold and calculated that it united two nations in shock and despair. And with the suspect soaring to the top of Japan's most wanted list, he would deform his own face to keep his real identity hidden to the world. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Tatsuya Ichihashi and his victim, Lindsay Hawker. There are many strange and disturbing details to this case, including a body in a flower pot, plastic surgery to avoid detection, and a wild hunt for a suspect that would take police years across the entire nation of Japan to capture. So pull up a seat, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Tatsuya Ichihashi. Although our story today takes us to Japan, we're starting it in England, in a city called Coventry. Coventry is located deep in the Midlands of England. Known for its medieval cathedral and, sadly, also for its destruction during World War II, Coventry has bounced back in the last few decades to become an engineering powerhouse to the United Kingdom. With easy access to both London and Birmingham, and most of the country less than a 2-hour drive away,
Reminds me of,
it's a
Peaky
well-situated
Blinders.
city with a lot to offer to its residents. And one of those residents was Lindsay Hawker. Lindsay was born on December the 30th, 1984, to her father Bill and mother Julia Hawker. She was a happy child growing up and had 2 sisters named Louise and Lisa. She was schooled at King Henry VIII School, and at the end of college, she ventured to the University of Leeds to study biology. She met university with academic success too, and in 2006, she achieved a first-class honours grade. Being both very serious about her future career, while also being popular among her friends, Lindsay had a lot going for her. She was bright, nurturing, caring, and successful. But she also had an appetite to try something new before pursuing her master's degree, and so in mid-2006, she hatched up a plan. Lindsay decided to take a year out of a busy schedule to do a bit of travelling while she worked. She figured that a year out of education would bring a new perspective to her life. And so in October 2006, she signed up to Nova Teaching School and found herself on a plane to Japan. She had signed up to Nova, Japan's largest private English school, which recruits adults from around the world to teach the language in both Osaka and Tokyo. Nova is considered to be a prestigious assignment, and Lindsay was one of the lucky few who managed to grab a spot. After touching down in Tokyo, Lindsay was finally assigned to Koiwa, a district in the Edogawa ward of Tokyo, and she would quickly find both comfort and excitement in her surroundings. Located only 17 minutes away from Akihabara and 22 minutes away from Asakusa, there's a plethora of sights, activities and fun things to do near Koiwa. Whether you're there for food, parks, shopping, temples, or just a good drink, Tokyo has it all. She had found herself in one of the most interesting cities that the world has to offer, and she was loving it. She decided to move a little further east from Tokyo Centre to a place called Chiba. Here, the rent was cheaper. She also moved in with 2 other teachers, both of them also working in the school, and very quickly, the 3 would become friends. And soon after, Lindsay's time in Tokyo started to fly by. Although she was loving her time away from home, Lindsay often still thought about home. She had a loving family, a large group of friends, and a boyfriend back in England. And so with that said, the homebird often kept in contact through Facebook, Skype, text, and phone call. It was 6 months into a stay in Tokyo in March 2007 that Lindsay had an awkward encounter. She had finished work for the day and travelled back to Chiba Station before collecting her bike. As she was unlocking her bike, a man approached her from behind. When she turned around, the man greeted her by saying, "You are my English teacher." Lindsay was confused by the situation. She was sure that he was not one of her students. She awkwardly declined to comment, but the man continued following her. She jumped on her bike and began to cycle away, but still the man followed her. She sped up. His walking turned into jogging, and then his jogging into running. And with Chiba's many roads and intersecting walkways, it was almost impossible for Lindsay to escape him. He continued to strike a conversation, asking Lindsay where she was from and where she studied. She still tried to shake him off though. She eventually reached her apartment, and this is where she stopped her bike. The man was known as Tatsuya Ichihashi, and he had been running after Lindsay for the entire duration back home. When he finally caught up with her, he had a proposal to make. And despite his strange performance, the offer was simple and innocent enough. Tatsuya asked Lindsay if she would be interested in providing him English lessons. He felt like he needed a little bit of help with the language. They could meet in a cafe and he'd pay her generously by the hour. Lindsay politely refused. Her work schedule was busy enough, and the time she did have off was on her own terms, having fun. Tatsuya was disappointed, but he did seem to accept her answer. It was here though that he asked her one final strange question. He was thirsty after pretty much chasing Lindsay throughout the streets of Chiba. He asked her if she would politely provide him a glass of water in her apartment. Lindsay was hesitant, but reluctantly she did allow him into the apartment. Sure, he was a strange man, and he did make her feel uncomfortable, but she had 2 roommates. This was a good opportunity to indirectly show the man that she did have company at all times, and it was an opportunity for her friends to see his face, should it ever come up again in the future. They entered the apartment together, and it was inside her apartment while having his drink that he made the offer again. It came with a price tag this time. He'd pay Lindsay 3,500 yen or $32 an hour, and the interaction would be strictly business. This was an offer Lindsay couldn't refuse. Although Nova was helping her get by in Tokyo, she could do with some extra cash, and this was easy money. She agreed to his request, deciding to meet him at a coffee shop a few days later.
To live in Japan.
Tetsuya was appreciative, and he thanked Lindsay for the offer. Before he'd leave her apartment though, he wanted to give her one last thing. He whipped out a pen from his back pocket and grabbed some scrap paper, and then he started scribbling something. A few moments later, he handed her the note. It was a sketch he had just drawn. One of Lindsay. And along the sketch was his name and his phone number. Tatsuya Ichihashi was a 28-year-old man from the city of Ichikawa, also located in Chiba Prefecture. He was born in Gifu Prefecture on the 5th of January 1979, and initially grew up there before moving to Chiba.
Chiba?
He was born into a successful family. His father was a medical doctor at a local hospital in Chiba, while his mother was also a professional dentist.
A professional
In his
dentist.
younger
She wasn't
years,
one of those fucking
Tatsuya had
pleb
ambitions to
ass
follow his father's footsteps in becoming a medical
amateur
doctor.
dentists.
But when he failed his exams and was denied in advancing his studies, he settled for a degree from the Department of Horticulture. He graduated from Chiba University in 2005, and although he passed his degree relatively well, Tatsuya did not make effort to find any work. Instead, he lived on an allowance of 100,000 yen or $920 a month from his parents. And this is where we learn a little more about the dark half of Tatsuya Ichihashi. Tatsuya had no previous convictions with the law, but he had been the subject of an allegation of prior theft and injury. Allegedly, he had assaulted a woman on the street during a robbery, but the matter had been settled out of court. It is alleged that his father paid the woman off with around 1 million yen or $10,000. He was also described as a loner with an obsession for physical fitness. Tatsuya regularly attended his local gym, and he often cycled over 25 kilometers every day. In addition to this, Tatsuya was known to be a little reclusive, rebellious, and had no intention to find any work. And with only $900 a month to get by, were weekly sessions at $35 an hour really that sustainable? Back to Lindsay's apartment though. After handing her the sketch with his name and his number, Tatsuya thanked Lindsay for her time and the glass of water. He wished her well, until they'd meet a few days later.
Still spreading. Even though we keep our distance, it's everywhere. It's on our trains, our buses, and in our schools. Our grandkids begged us not to go outside. Because we've seen too many videos like this that show how dangerous it is. For no reason, but ignorance.
Fast forward several days, and it is now Saturday the 24th of March 2007. Lindsay had contacted Tatsuya a couple days prior, and they'd arranged for their first English lesson in a local coffee shop. CCTV captured the two conversing while in the queue to grab a drink. Lindsay seemed relatively relaxed, but she did make clear steps backwards whenever Tatsuya moved too close. The pair sat and spoke for what is assumed to be a little over an hour, and progress was good. At the end of it though, Tatsuya awkwardly pointed out that he'd forgotten his money. No worries, he said, I only live half a mile down the road. Why don't you come by and grab your money, and then be on your way? Lindsay agreed, and so the two hopped into a taxi. Lindsay hadn't brought a bike with her that day, and she also had work later on in the afternoon. so when she arrived at Tatsuya's, she asked the taxi driver if he'd be so kind to wait for her. He agreed, and so Lindsay followed Tatsuya into his apartment. Several minutes later though, Lindsay still hadn't returned. That's a little strange, the taxi driver thought, but maybe she's had a change of plans. No worries, and so on that note, he left, completely forgetting about the incident. Lindsay failed to show up to work late that afternoon, however. And even worse, she never made it back to her apartment either. Her housemates, already noting that she wasn't at work that day, started to worry about Lindsay. They called the police later that night to report her missing. But Saturday turned into Sunday, and Sunday turned into Monday. The family and friends of Lindsay back home in the United Kingdom were already starting to grow worried over her radio silence. It was only after Monday though, when she missed her second day of work, that panic really started to set in. The school contacted her parents to let them know that she had now missed 2 days in a row, and straight after that they contacted the police. It was only then though that the police started taking Lindsay's disappearance a little more seriously. Police search efforts started at Lindsay's home, and her housemates were the first to be interviewed. And with luck, they already had a suspect in mind. They knew that Lindsay went to see a man in a coffee shop shortly before she disappeared, and she'd also left his sketch back in the apartment. This was their first clue. It was around 5:40 PM that 2 officers were dispatched to Tatsuya's home, but after knocking on his door, no one answered it. His neighbours though were at home, and kindly they let officers peer over from the balcony and into Tatsuya's living room. There were no lights on in the property, but there did appear to be somebody lurking around inside. And weirdly enough, his detachable bathtub had been moved from the bathroom to the balcony. On a hunch, the 2 officers called for backup. They were worried that maybe Lindsay was inside being held hostage, and within the hour, 7 more officers arrived. 3 hours and 9 officers later, and police were getting ready to raid Tatsuya's home. It was then, in a surprise moment, that Tatsuya opened his front door, with a rucksack in bare feet. In that split moment of panic, Tatsuya stormed past police. They tried to grab him, but only managed to get his rucksack. Tatsuya himself slipped by. They didn't manage to keep up with Tatsuya either. With the building's hallways being so narrow and confusing, he managed to get by. And with police officers lacking any radio equipment, they lost all sight of the man. So, in the middle of Tokyo City, Tatsuya vanished into the night. It was as if the man had literally disappeared into thin air, because Tatsuya was nowhere to be found. Police officers investigating his property just moments later would be in for a gruesome scene. There they had found the naked body of Lindsay Hawker. She was found buried in Tatsuya's detachable bathtub, which he had moved himself to the balcony. The tub had been filled with a mixture of sand and soil, almost entirely covering Lindsay, with only her right hand emerging from the surface. She had been bound and gagged, with plastic ties and scarves, and bruises were present across her upper body. In her final hour, she had been subjected to an extended assault, her possessions still scattered across the room. Along with the body, sand and soil in the balcony bathtub, it also contained a decomposing agent to speed up the process of decomposition. And flower seeds were placed on top to disguise the bathtub as a flower bed. The seeds eventually would be feeding off Lindsay's body. To add to the harrowing discovery, it was also strangely noted that Tatsuya had shaved all of Lindsay's hair off of her head. Police would also discover several wigs in Tatsuya's apartment, alleging that perhaps he was a crossdresser. This quickly became public knowledge, and soon after, rumours even started circulating to suggest that maybe Tatsuya had killed Lindsay to wear her hair as a wig. By the next morning, Tatsuya Ichihashi was officially a wanted man across all of Japan. Police distributed wanted posters across the city. His face was shown across multiple news sites. Interviews given to anyone who may have potential information. And raids were witnessed at locations of possible sightings of the suspect. But despite all efforts, just like a ghost, Tatsuya was nowhere to be seen. Hardly any sightings of the man were reported over the following weeks. In fact, all of them turned into dead ends. Police were so keen to capture the suspect, though, that they decided to release photoshopped images of Tatsuya wearing wigs, just in case he was out in drag. But Tatsuya was good at remaining unnoticed. In fact, he was so good at evading the police that his disappearance turned from weeks, into months, into years. And this frustrated Lindsay's family, because in addition to the relentless pain that they had to experience from the loss of their daughter, was the feeling that a killer got away. It was not just that, but they also felt that Japanese police were growing lazy and sloppy in their investigations. It angered Lindsay's parents so much actually that, just months after her death, the two would travel to Japan and single-handedly assist in raising awareness of Lindsay's killer. Her father, Bill, even met members of the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza, in a bar, giving them 2 bottles of whiskey as a present before asking them for their help. And as time went on, Japanese police soon found themselves in the centre of the spotlight. How did 9 police officers let one man slip by? Why did they take a month to quiz vital witnesses? And did they know that their wanted poster had a picture 7 years out of date? Police and the Hawker family would slowly start to argue against each other, and soon British and Japanese media were involved too. And while all of this was happening, Tatsuya was still out there. He had actually travelled across most of Japan during his time on the run. Ranging from Aomori, one of the most northern cities on Japan's main island, right down to the southern island of Okinawa, Tatsuya had remained unnoticed. He even lived on a remote island in a concrete bunker at times to avoid detection too. A year after Lindsay's death in 2008, and right through 2009, Tatsuya found himself in Osaka. Located 250 miles west of Tokyo, Osaka is a large port city and a commercial centre to Honshu. It's known for its modern architecture, nightlife, and hearty street food. It was during this time that Tatsuya routinely lived in internet cafes and worked on construction sites to get by. With the money that he could save up, he would put that towards plastic surgery to change his appearance and avoid being caught by the law. However, he had actually already changed his appearance through self-mutilation ever since becoming wanted by the law. He'd cut off his moles, used scissors to cut off part of his lower lip, and eventually sewed a thread through his nose to alter its shape. By the summer of 2009, police were painfully desperate to find Tatsuya. It was here that the National Police Agency raised a cash reward for information leading to the arrest of him from 1 million to 10 million yen. They also released a new statement advising it was believed that Tatsuya had plastic surgery performed to his face to alter his appearance, and that people should be on the lookout for resemblances of Tatsuya's special identifications. And it worked, because in October 2009, a plastic surgeon located in Nagoya informed police that he believed that he had just worked on Tatsuya. Tatsuya had foolishly accepted to take a before and after picture of his operation. The same photos would be shared with police, and eventually, the world. This rattled Tatsuya. He knew that the newly released photos by police had blown his cover. In fact, it was so successful that one of his colleagues back at a construction site in Osaka recognized him. Tatsuya knew that he had to get out of Osaka and hide fast. His plan was as he had done before in several other close calls. Flee to Okinawa and take refuge in one of the abandoned concrete bunkers found across its many remote islands. On the 10th of November 2009, he discreetly fled to Osaka's ferry port. 3 days of keeping his head low on a slow ferry to Okinawa, and he would finally be in a much safer position away from justice. But before he could even reach the boat, Tatsuya's luck would finally run out. A worker at the ferry port had actually recognised his face and informed security that this could very well be the Ichihashi. And they were right, because only moments later, Tatsuya came face to face with a handful of officers. They asked him for his name, and at this stage he knew it was over. He told them, yes, I am Tatsuya Ichihashi. The game was over. He was then formally arrested by police and was initially charged with abandoning a body. He would later be served 2 more warrants for rape and murder. And it would take 8 months for him to finally meet his jury. On the 4th of July 2011, his trial began. And with the outcome pretty certain from the very beginning, the liberation wouldn't last long. A lot of attention was focused on the transport system to punish Tatsuya. Although Japan does enforce the death penalty, not a lot of single-person murderers find it to be their fate. But Tatsuya was a well-publicized man in the media, and many voices supported the idea. During his trial, Tatsuya admitted that he enticed Lindsay into his apartment, raped her, and then strangled her because he feared neighbours would hear her scream and call the police. On the 21st of July 2011, Tatsuya Ichihashi was officially sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Lindsay Hawker. And although Lindsay's family had asked for the death penalty from Tatsuya, the court felt that the death penalty was not appropriate as he had no previous convictions. And at the age of 32, there was still a chance that he could one day become rehabilitated. The trial would not come without its fair share of new devastation and pain for Lindsay's family, however. Not only would they have to relive the final moments again, but they would also have to see new images of Lindsay's body, something they regret ever seeing. Following Tatsuya's sentence, Lindsay's parents shared the following to state media. We've waited a long time for today. We've waited 4.5 years for justice. Lindsay loved Japan, and you have not let her down. Ichihashi, you have taken away a precious life, destroyed a whole existence, and stolen countless memories from us. The verdict, which puts Tatsuya behind bars for life, was welcomed by most people in the nation, and Tatsuya himself accepting his own fate. Shortly before trial, Tatsuya had actually authored and published a book confessing to Lindsay's murder. Most of his biography describing how he'd spent 2.5 years on the run, and what he had to do to avoid detection. The book, which was named Until I Was Arrested, was offered with all royalties and profits to Lindsay's family, and over 100,000 copies would sell worldwide. But Lindsay's family rejected the offer, and despite Tatsuya's strange attempt at a good deed, nothing could bring them back their daughter. Lindsay was well loved, successful, cheerful, and irreplaceable. She was in the middle of an incredible experience abroad, doing good by teaching others a valuable new skill. And in the end, it was her kindness that was used against her by a strange, heartless man. She will be dearly missed by her parents, her sisters, and all of her friends.
This game's going on quite a while. I appreciate the follow.
Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime.
What is
and
that?
thank you for supporting me in my other videos too.
Tomb MCC?
To all of you coming back for more, I really appreciate you and your enthusiasm. This channel is growing so fast, and
Playing
I'm so
some
glad
casual
that
games
we're
is
here
random.
growing
I
it
normally
together.
play Terran,
If you
but,
found this case interesting, then please remember to leave this video a like. And
trying
if
to
you
learn the
haven't
other
yet,
races a
please
little bit.
subscribe to Coffee House Crime, it does help me out. And if anyone is interested, you can also support me over on Patreon. I'll leave a link to that down below where you can see the benefits you get by being a member. Thank you again for watching today, folks, and as always, I'll be right here behind this camera, waiting for you in the next one. Until then though, look after each other. Goodbye.
Drive 61. That's actually really low.
He was a young man so upset at his lack of companionship with women that he decided to kill them all instead. And although his day of retribution didn't quite go to plan, he would leave behind grieving families and a long digital trail of clues to his destruction. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Elliot Rodger, who is also known as the Killer Virgin, King of the Incels, or as he likes to call himself, the Supreme Gentleman. It's been a long time that I've wanted to cover this case. In this video today, we'll be looking at Elliot's history, tying his video logs to his stories, and looking at what eventually led him down his darkest path. I do also have a small announcement to share with you all at the end of this video, but first, I have a story to tell. So without further ado, pull up a seat, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Elliot Rodger. The story of Elliot Rodger first begins east of the Atlantic Ocean in London, England. Elliot was born on the 24th of July 1991. His father, Peter Rodger, was a British filmmaker and photographer, and his mother, Lee Chin, was a nurse who worked on film sets. It's through their encounters at work that the two first found love and married in 1981, before conceiving Elliot 2 years later.
Is what it is.
His parents also had a daughter. Elliot's younger sister was called Georgia. When Elliot was the age of 5, the family moved to Los Angeles, California in 1996, and this was a move to strengthen his father's career in filmmaking. After settling into their new home, Elliot was enrolled into Topanga Elementary School. By all standards, he was a well-behaved
like Boy
kid,
Meets
even
World.
making a few friends in his first year. His childhood seemingly bright and positive. But it was just after his 7th birthday that his first struggle in life appeared. His mother and father would unfortunately divorce, and this would lead both him and Georgia to split their time between the two on weekdays and weekends. Elliot was already described as a shy and quiet person. He was happy but didn't have much confidence, and he would always try to fit in with the cool kids. A sudden change in his home life, though, would propel his insecurities. 2 months after his 7th birthday, his father Peter would introduce Elliot to a new woman, and her name was Sumaya Akabu. She moved into Elliot's father's household shortly after, and before he knew it, Elliot realised that she was now his new stepmother. The two would argue often, and with Elliot not accepting any discipline from parents either, this would be a recurring problem in the years to come. Elliot lived a relatively wealthy life growing up. He went on several holidays abroad, had access to general and mental health care, and pretty much got whatever he wanted. But despite the money and gadgets that Elliot owned, his friendship circle slowly dwindled into his teenage years, and he eventually found himself becoming the target of frequent bullying. He still had friends, but not many. The situation would grow more complicated at home too. At the age of 13, Elliot's father and stepmother had a son. Elliot's new stepbrother was called Jazz. In his mid-teens, he started a personal YouTube account called Elliot's Blog, which is where he often complained about his loneliness and reminisced about his childhood.
Elliot Rodger here.
Is it just
Here
me,
I am
or
at
when I play
Serrania Park.
random, I get Protoss like 75% of the time?
Most significant plays of my childhood.
I actually left a couple games the other day because
It was
while
around this
playing
time that
random,
Elliot
I
began his
got
path of
Protoss
depression and
7
loneliness.
games in a row.
Unfortunately,
so I,
the bullying at
like
school
on the
didn't
7th
stop
time, I
Elliot
just
either.
left.
Even
so
at one
that
point,
I was like, I want to play a different race. That's why I'm playing random.
To the desk by fellow classmates. It was through negative encounters like this that caused Elliot to move from school to school quite often, and with that, he never made any friends locally.
Granted, I'm probably the worst with Protoss.
Elliot also started to see a psychiatrist at the age of 16. He was prescribed risperidone, an antipsychotic used to treat schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. He openly admitted in his blogs, though, that he refused to take this medication. After turning 18, Elliot became increasingly isolated. By now, he only had a handful of online friends. He often told his parents that he was unable to make friends in real life, and no girls ever seemed interested in talking to him. Elliot decided that he wanted to improve his life moving forward, and to do this he would try 2 things. The first one was to learn how to drive, thinking that this would impress women, and the second would be to try and dress better, therefore making him seem more approachable. He desperately wanted to fit into the world and make friends, so along with his new car, he changed his hairstyle and bought a bunch of new clothes. It was noted by his classmates, however, that although he did buy a new car and new clothes, he never actually tried to speak to anyone or make any friends. Instead, he would sit in his car on lunch breaks and expect others to make the first move. His evenings and weekends still continued to be spent alone at home as well. He would spend his time either playing World of Warcraft or Halo with his 3 friends, James, Philip and Addison. And more or less, at the age of 18, Elliot recognised that he spent most of his latter teenage years angry at the world. Upset that he didn't fit in with friendship groups, despite never trying to. And even more importantly to him, he started to become enraged that he had never slept with or even had a girlfriend for that matter. Elliot's perspective on other people had shifted to become more toxic too. He openly admitted in his journal that whenever he saw a couple together, holding hands or kissing, he would feel either intense sadness or rage. At one point, this resulted in Elliot throwing hot coffee over a couple that he saw kissing in a Starbucks car park. And while that action seemed hostile and completely out of order, it was only going to get worse. In the year of 2011, Elliot was 19, and on Saturday the 4th of June, he moved to Isla Vista, a community on the coast of Santa Barbara, California. He moved there to attend Santa Barbara City College, joining a private residence with 2 other men. It was almost instantaneous that Elliot's bitterness and loneliness extended into his new life though. Within a week he was frustrated with his housemates, and by the end of the month, they'd moved out. The situation with Elliot's next pair of housemates though was even worse, and coupled with Elliot's racism, he would argue with the two daily, almost getting into physical fights on a couple occasions. The longing for a girlfriend continued too. He would often get so angry at seeing couples that it would become a normality for him to run back to his room, sulking and crying. His life continued to worsen in 2012 too. It was this year that he dropped out of all of his classes altogether, not
What year
to
did you say?
stand the sight of
2002
others
or
falling
2012?
apart. Elliot's also together 2012 too.
2012.
It was this year that he dropped out of all of his classes altogether, not being able to stand the sight of others falling in love. Elliot also spiraled into the trap of gambling with lottery tickets. He believed that getting rich by winning the lottery would give him all of the female attention that he desired, and so in the first week of February 2012, he spent over $100 on lottery tickets. Not surprisingly, he didn't win. The next week though, he felt more confident, and so he spent $500 on lottery tickets. No dice, but maybe 3rd time's the charm. Week 3, he spent $700. This too though, ended in a loss. He had nothing to show for the $1,300 he spent gambling, and even worse, he didn't accept defeat. He felt like he deserved it, that he was cheated away from his money. Elliot dipped into one of the worst bouts of depression in his life shortly after this. As spring break flared up in Isla Vista, he spent most of his time in his room, refusing to try and socialize. Angry, sad, and alone. And for the times that he did leave his house, he'd walk by himself, ranting to his video camera about his life.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. Right now I'm just taking a walk through the park in this really nice, secluded area. I'm just contemplating about my life and how unfair it's been lately. Ever since I started desiring girls, but they never desired me back. Life has been a living hell since then. Right now it's spring break. Everyone else my age is out having fun with their friends and their girlfriends. Here I am, taking lonely walks through a park.
Andy, you see my ball?
By those talk to somebody, bro.
Nice. So what do you think?
I'd go with the 9-iron and try to lay it up by the Yetis.
I like those.
Hey Charles, how's it going out there?
Good. Almost done with my list for Father's Day. He's gonna like those.
I just heard the news. Ladies.
Oh, yeah. Well, it looks like a wow. Absolutely brilliant.
Maybe it's time to be selfish. Just do whatever makes you happy.
I don't understand anything anymore.
Welcome to 2021.
This is still iCarly, but it's grown up now.
It's a family reunion.
Darkness has come into your life. You let it happen.
Hello, old friend. This isn't your first life.
You're talking about reincarnation.
I wanted to make a difference.
It's time for me to write my next chapter. You know where to find me.
In April 2012, Elliot's long-term childhood friend James also decided that enough was enough. He found Elliot too radical, too negative, and so with that said and done, he called the friendship off. It was at this point that Elliot now considered himself entirely alone, friendless in this cold world. Late one September night, Elliot drank an entire bottle of wine, or at least he tried to. He ended up spilling an entire glass all over his laptop, completely destroying it. This meant that the next day he had to go to Best Buy to buy himself a brand new one. While he was there, he had to wait a few hours for the store to prepare his order, and so during that time, he walked across the road to a local firing range. This would be a turning moment for Elliot. He had previous thoughts of acting out the day of retribution, a time where Elliot would claim vengeance against the woman for denying him his sex life. And it was here in this firing range, after he took his first few shots, that he asked himself,
What am I doing here? How could things have led to this?
What was that?
While his internal question at first sounded hesitant, by the end of the day, he had made his mind up. He had come to the conclusion that humans are just brutal animals, and if he cannot thrive among them, he would have to destroy them all. In his manifesto after this day, he wrote,
I didn't want things to turn out this way. I wanted a happy, healthy life of love and sex. But if I'm unable to have such a life, then I will have no choice but to exact revenge on the society that denied it to me.
Elliot purchased a
Seems
Glock
like he
34
literally
automatic
never talked
pistol
to
in
anybody
December
and
that
then
year.
decided that.
And again during the following spring break, he purchased another firearm, a 6-hour
But I guess you can't try to
P226.
rationalize the actions of
On the
crazy
20th
people.
of July 2013, Elliot attended a party where he again tried to interact with girls. He'd been working out in his bedroom for the previous 2 weeks, and he thought that this would increase his chances. But again, it ended in him being ignored. In his drunk state, he sat on a 10-foot ledge where other members of the party were hanging out. This escalated into an argument, where he then tried to push girls off that very same ledge. He failed, and instead he was pushed off the ledge by other men who had intervened. This resulted in Elliot being beaten up, and eventually he would need surgery to repair his broken left leg. This, according to Elliot in his manifesto, is what actually made him start meticulously planning his day of retribution. But with a broken leg and some preparations to make, it would take some time. Fast forward, and it is now the early months of 2014. In those early months, which would be the final months before the planned attack, Elliot spent most of his days outside of his room. He went on hikes in the mountains of Montecito, took long strolls along the beach, wandered to the parks around Santa Barbara, and watched the sunset in many car parks as he contemplated his own existence.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm just sitting in my car right now, after watching that beautiful sunset descend beyond that hill up there. Enjoying a nice vanilla latte. I've been doing a lot of thinking about how sad and unfair my life has been, all because girls haven't been attracted to me. I've had to rot in bleak and sad loneliness. I mean, you give a chance to all these stupid, obnoxious guys that I see you walking with, but you don't give a chance to me. Why not? I'm such a magnificent guy. I'm beautiful. You can't deny that. I'm civilized, intelligent, sophisticated.
Christ.
I have a sense of style. And yet you girls don't see it. It's not fair. I deserve them more. I don't understand you girls. It's like your sexual attraction is flawed. It's perverted. This world, it's so twisted.
But anywhere he went, he would see couples together, and this outraged Elliot. During this time,
Yeah,
he would record himself
he's a
in
nut
and
job.
around his car. He would upload these videos to YouTube, but
real nutter.
no one would pay attention to them.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm just sitting in my car right now, enjoying the view of the beach. And my view has been ruined by this sight right here. In front of me, sitting right there on that bench, is a young couple. I was enjoying such a nice view until they came and sat down and started kissing. This is the reason why life isn't fair. Why can't I experience something
Because
like
you're sitting
that?
in your car
I have to show
alone?
everyone why I hate the world. Because no girl would do this with me. I hate them. I hate them so much. It's not fair. Life is not fair.
Only 1 week had passed since that video had been uploaded to YouTube when police came knocking on Elliot's door. Someone had watched the video and they were suspicious that Elliot was unstable. They called a health agency, which in response called the police, and they in response went to him. Police interrogated Elliot outside of his bedroom door, questioning him on if he had any suicidal thoughts. He played the situation down though and said that he was doing just fine. It was a very close call, because if police did go into Elliot's bedroom, they not only would have found his pistols and a plethora of ammunition, but they would have also found his manifesto too. Unfortunately though, they never entered Elliot's bedroom. Elliot's radicalized thoughts were at this stage solidified, and the severity of his emotions were only getting worse.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now. It's truly a beautiful day. But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time. And my
Jesus
problem
Christ.
is girls. I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. I dress nice. I'm sophisticated.
I don't know,
I'm
maybe instead of
magnificent.
talking to a
I have a
camera,
nice car, a
you'd
BMW.
like to talk to a person?
I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman.
Like, if that's what you
Look at how
want,
fabulous I
go
look.
actually talk to somebody.
And yet, you girls, you never give me a chance. And that's just such an injustice because I'm so magnificent. I deserve
I'm
girls
so magnificent.
much more than all those slobs I
Jesus
see at my
fuck.
college who are somehow able to walk around with beautiful girls. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. But you girls don't see it. I should be the one with the girls. But you never give me a chance. It's such an injustice. I don't know why you girls hate me so much. I've always wished I could ask you this, and this is my way of asking you this. This is the only way I can ask you.
Elliot's plans for the day of retribution were complicated and violent. The day was actually spread across two. He planned to first drive to his father's house where he would kill his stepmother and his younger brother, Jazz. He was always frustrated with Samaya, and so for him it would be sweet revenge. And as for Jazz, he didn't
Who?
want
That
his
was a
younger brother
stepmom or
surpassing
something?
him as a man, so he too had to go. He would only do this if his father was out of town for the week though. He didn't want to harm Peter. Next, he would drive back to Isla Vista with the family SUV, and take the lives of his housemates so he could use the apartment as a place to lure strangers in before beating and killing them. George Chen and Chang Yuan Hong were currently living with Roger
You are
in their shared school
magnificent.
apartment. He would then on day 2 target the Alpha Phi sorority, a sorority he deemed as the most beautiful
I
dorm
got,
on
I
campus,
got like a
filled with
half-ass
hot
lift in
blonde
today. I
girls.
went and did a bit of a leg day, and
After
I
he was done
only-
with them, he would then
I
switch
was
to
at
his
the gym for
SUV
about an
and head
hour.
over to Del
Only
Playa,
did like
before
squat,
running over as many victims as
the
possible,
little warm up, then squat,
and then
and leg
turning the gun on
extension.
himself.
Or
Elliot
quad
Rogers saw
extension, I should
himself
say.
as a god, deserving of much more than he had on planet Earth. In the final pages of his
But I
manifesto,
guess
he wrote,
at least if I'm not
I am
sore, I
Elliot
can
Roger,
kind of do legs again tomorrow.
magnificent,
Do like
glorious,
deadlift and
supreme, eminent, divine.
Gotta
I am
get
the closest thing there
huge,
is
you
to a
know,
living
gotta
god. Humanity is a disgusting, depraved, and evil species. It is my purpose to punish them all. I will purify the world of everything that is wrong with it. On the day of retribution, I will truly be a powerful god, punishing everyone I deem to be impure and depraved.
his preparations for the day of retribution wouldn't quite go to plan though. His plans for day 1 to execute his stepbrother and stepmother would require his father to be out of town, and while he originally did have plans to do so, that was cancelled last minute. The consequence to this is that Peter actually and unknowingly saved his wife's and his son's lives just by being home. As a result, Elliot ditched his plans for the SUV too. His BMW would have to do, but before he could execute the rest of his plans, he would have to make and upload one final video to YouTube.
WeWork wanted to become the next Facebook.
The next revolution is the We Revolution.
Adam Newman sounded like a mythical figure.
This is who I am. This is what I do.
But he had this disastrous result.
Swing Trader from Investors Business Daily helps you make more money in the stock market by taking advantage of short-term trends. We apply the rules of IBD's top.
Hi, Elliot Roger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. And it has been very torturous. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious
What
men.
a fucking egomaniac.
Instead of me,
I'm the perfect
the
guy.
supreme gentleman. I will punish all of you for it.
Jesus Christ.
You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one. The true alpha male. Yes. Well, now, I will be a god compared to you. You will all be animals. You denied me a happy life. And in turn, I will deny all of you life. It's only fair. I hate all of you. I've waited a long time for this.
What is that
I
little
can't wait to
maniacal
give you
laugh?
exactly
It seems
what
like
you
he's
deserve.
like it's so
Utter
fake.
annihilation.
On the 23rd of May 2014,
maniacal
Elliot
laugh.
began his rampage.
I wonder how
He
long he
started by
practiced that.
stabbing his two housemates, George Chen and Cheng Young Hong, to death.
Jesus
Their
fuck.
friend Wei Han Wang was visiting at the time, and he too was killed. The three men receiving 142 stab wounds between each other. At 9:17 p.m, Elliot then uploaded his final video to YouTube, titling it Elliot Rogers Retribution. 1 minute later...
So, wait. He killed them before he uploaded it? Or he uploaded it and then killed them?
Elliot began his rampage. He started by stabbing his two housemates, George Chen and Cheng Young Hong, to death. Their friend Wei Han Wang was visiting at the time, and he too was killed. The three men receiving 142 stab wounds between each other. At 9:17 p.m, Elliot then uploaded his final video to YouTube, titling it Elliot Rogers Retribution. 1 minute later, he then sent his 137-page manifesto to 34 people. This included both of his parents, other family members, his therapist, his former school teachers, and his childhood friends.
Shit.
His therapist contacted his mother within 5 minutes of the email being sent, and very quickly she reacted by calling his father Peter, and then the police. Both Peter and Li Chin raced from their homes in Los Angeles towards Isla Vista, but by then, it was too late. Elliot was already in motion. He headed to the Alpha Phi sorority with intention of shooting everyone inside, but when his knocking on their front door went unanswered, he retreated back from the property towards the street. Instead, Elliot shot 3 Delta 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 sorority women who were nearby, killing Cooper and Veronica Weiss, and wounding Bianca de Kock. He then drove further into town to Pardal Road, before he proceeded on foot and fired several rounds into Isla Vista Deli Mart, killing a student named Christopher Michael Martinez. After killing Christopher, Elliot drove away and continued his rampage, shooting at several pedestrians in drive-by shootings while striking others with his BMW. As he backed onto himself, Elliot got into a gunfight with 3 responding officers near Little Acorn Park. He suffered a gunshot wound to the left hip before speeding away. He was closely pursued as he fled. Still adamant to cause as much carnage as possible, he crashed into a cyclist. In his rage though, he crashed his BMW, and there was no way to flee. Elliot then fatally shot himself in the head, finally bringing an end to his rampage.
Of course, he lives in the land of liberal nut jobs. Good old California.
Police officers would find Elliot Rogers dead behind his steering wheel only seconds later, and with the cyclist next to him, they would think that both at first were suspects. Both of them would be handcuffed, but a few minutes later, the cyclist would be cleared of any suspicion. Police would soon discover 3 bodies that night, and then another 3 the next morning. Christopher Martinez, a graduating student at UCSB, was pronounced dead in the Isla Vista deli. He was described as a really great kid that had a bright future ahead. Katie Cooper and Veronica Weiss were both killed outside Alpha Phi sorority house. Veronica was a sweet and friendly young woman who loved sports as much as she did her friends. Katie Cooper was known as an unforgettable smart girl. She was studying art history and archaeology. The following morning, police would find the bodies of Wei-Han Wang, Cheng Yuan Hong, and George Chen at 6598 Savile Road, number 7. Wei-Han Wang was academically gifted in computer programming, and he was looking forward to visiting Yellowstone National Park for his 21st birthday. Cheng Yuan Hong was both smart and kind, known to be always willing to help people out.
Second grade.
And George Chen, too, was sweet-natured, a volunteer at an elderly neighbours organisation when he wasn't seeing friends or tutoring other classmates. On the day after the spree, a candlelit memorial was held in honour of the victims. This was followed by a memorial service at UCSB's Harder Stadium, which held over 20,000 people in attendance. Elliot Rogers' father Peter would then go on to state television to share with the world his anger, despair and confliction. He would then go on to admit that, sometimes, due to the pain Elliot caused, that he wished his son had never been born. Despite the widespread damnation to his actions, Elliot Rodger would soon become known as the King of the Incels, a portmanteau of involuntary celibate. Incels are an online subculture of people who define themselves as unable to find a romantic or sexual partner despite desiring one. It is there that Elliot found sympathy and forgiveness for his struggles to both romantically and socially find his place on this earth. But Elliot is better defined as a misogynist, a racist, and a narcissist. He had a strong prejudice against women, clearly spoke against Asian and black people, and described himself to be a god above the rest of mankind. But there were other factors at play here too. He was a man severely struggling with mental illness, something that he'd been struggling with for a very long time. And he was also very lonely, not just seeking relationships, but friendship too. With a split family and moving around so often, it's easy to see that both his chances to find companionship and overcome his mental obstacles were thwarted. It's thought-evoking to wonder if this massacre could have been avoided entirely if he had received the correct response in his earlier years. That does not diminish his actions though. What he did is unforgivable, but it does underpin the severe consequences in not addressing mental hardships early on in childhood. And the real tragedy here, the lives of 6 others lost, all who had no play or part to Elliot's suffering or rage. Elliot's 137-page manifesto is available online, by the way. It's kind of made this case pretty easy to research. I'll leave the link if you are interested in it below, but a word of warning, it's pretty exhausting to read. Thank you again for watching another case by Coffee House Crime, and as said, just a small announcement to make. I wanted to take a moment to thank you so much for supporting me and this channel. When I started Coffee House Crime back in January, I had no idea that just 4 months later, we'd be here on 100,000 subscribers.
Think vaping can help you quit smoking? It still contains toxic
We've all heard that a cult can make a fanatic, but how far would one be willing to go? My name's Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Laurie Vallow and Chad Daybell. This has to be one of the craziest modern day cases out there, involving a religious cult, 5 deaths, 2 disappearances, and a lot of questions left unanswered. I hope you're ready for this one. We have so much to look at. So, without further ado, here is the story of Laurie Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Speaking of coffee, I'll be RB.
Our Coffee House Crime case today begins in San Bernardino, California, to Laurie Noreen Cox. Laurie was born on June the 26th, 1973, to her parents Barry and Janice Cox. She had 2 older brothers, Alex and Adam, and 3 sisters, Stacy, Laura and Summer. Laurie's childhood was unremarkable, but considering what's in store in their adulthood, it wouldn't have to be. In 1992, at the age of 19, she married a high school boyfriend, Nelson Yanes. The honeymoon period didn't last long though, and roughly a year later, the two would divorce. 2 years later though, she would remarry, to a man named William Lagoya in 1995.
Oh, shit.
Things were going well for them. The two had a child together, a son named Colby Ryan. The couple would make it work for 3
nice
years,
cold
but
brew.
in 1998, she too would divorce William.
It's a grog,
Fast forward
which is
3 more
generally like
years,
a
and Laurie was getting
caramely
married
flavored.
for a 3rd time
I
to a
drink
man
coffee
named
black,
Joseph Ryan
but
in 2001.
I like to get the
On
shit that's like
September the
roasted with a
24th,
flavoring.
2002, they would
So that way
also
it still
have a
has a
child
little bit
together,
of a
and
something
her
to
name
it.
was Tylee Ryan. However, the honeymoon period would not last, and just like clockwork, in 2004, Laurie and Ryan
Yeah,
would
that
also
dude was
divorce.
definitely an incel.
Their
Mr.
friendship
Mantis.
turned messy afterwards too, because
What
after
a fucking
Laurie
nut
told her
job,
brother
too, who
Alex
says,
that
"I'm
Ryan had
so
been abusive,
magnificent."
Alex would attack Joseph with a taser
That shows
and
like
threaten
some
him with his life.
severe ego.
Consequentially, Alex would be
problems.
sentenced to 90 days in prison and 5 years in probation for the crime.
I bet psychologists
I
had a
wanted
lot
to
of
start
fun
the
with
story
that
with
kid.
Laurie's history because it paints a good picture of her personality. Laurie was a very attractive woman throughout the years, and she was charismatic too. But her thirst for adventure and excitement had no limit, and she often grew impatient and frustrated. To top that off with a selfish attitude, it was often her partner that dealt with the
and
brunt
actually,
of the problem.
that kind of annoys me a little bit about that guy and that guy that recently did like the shooting on the massage parlors. Is they, like, obviously they did take action towards a specific group, which does show a correlation with being racist, but like at the same time, they're attributing, like, all the Stop Asian Hate thing stuff that came out, it's like they're attributing the actions of a fucking psychopath, somebody who's literally insane that would do something like that, to racism and Asian hate, and like that there's some big problem overall with Asian hate. It's like, no, one isolated insane psychopath did something. That's not, like, don't try to attribute a collective problem of racism based on the actions of somebody who's fucking insane. You know? It makes no sense. Like, trying to put any logic or any reason or any real like a wider concept behind what any of these people is doing is absolutely insane. Like, anyone who would do that is just as mentally unstable as the person who did it. Well, that's hyperbolic, of course, but nonetheless.
By the year of 2005, Laurie was single again. She had called it off with her 3rd husband, and although she had 2 kids, she was only taking full-time care for one of them, Tylee. In 2005, she'd meet another man, and this time, more important to the story. His name was Charles Vallow. Charles was a hard-working and discernible man. He was tall, charming, and always dressed well. He came from a big family, one that he cared for a lot.
Literally.
Born on August the 17th, 1956 in Arizona, he met Laurie when he was 49, but by all means, he appeared younger and more energetic. And around the circle we go, because it wasn't long until Laurie found herself marrying Charles on February the 24th, 2006. Charles already had 2 children from a previous marriage, Nicholas and Zachary. And along with Laurie's daughter Tylee and son Colby, the married couple would now have up to 4 children under their roof.
So who's the nutter in
won't
this one?
stop here,
The
though.
doomsday couple. So
The
it's both of
stitched
them.
together family were by most standards happy. Charles was a relatively successful
okay.
businessman, and he kept the family afloat.
And where
Laurie,
were they?
though,
Arizona.
She wasn't much of a
Right.
worker. Although she had a job as a hairdresser before marrying Charles, she did not work much after that. The family's arrangements were often weird at times too. During the summer holidays, Nicholas and Zachary would spend time at Charles and Laurie's house. Charles, though, he'd be away on business, and Laurie should normally be with her family or her friends. This meant that Nicholas and Zachary would
I didn't
often
even think
be
about
left
that.
alone
This cup is
with Tylee
green,
and Colby.
so like the green
By
screen
the time
is
2014
playing
had rolled
effect on it.
around, Charles and Laurie had also decided to adopt Charles's grandnephew.
It's
His
a
name
Zelda
was Joshua
cup.
Jackson
I wonder if you
Vallow,
can see the
or
cutout.
JJ.
Yeah.
And by now, Nicholas, Zachary, and Colby were all living elsewhere.
That's me.
Or so decided to adopt Charles's grandnephew. His name was Joshua Jackson Vallow, or JJ. And by now, Nicholas, Zachary, and Colby were all living elsewhere, meaning that the Vallow family household was now down to 4 permanent residents. It was no surprise then that in December 2014, Charles and Laurie decided to try something new. So they packed up their bags with JJ and Tylee and they moved to Hawaii to start up their new business. They opened up a juice bar called Juice Island in Princeville on Kauai Island. The family seemed to love their time there too. Laurie and Tylee often shared pictures appreciating the island's wildlife and beauty. Despite the lifestyle, their business was unfortunately a failure though, and much to the family's dismay, after 2 years they decided to move back to Arizona in late 2016. And this is where things in the Vallow household would slowly start to go downhill. By the year of 2015, while living on Kauai Island, Laurie had become fascinated by a series of books called Standing in Holy Places. Laurie was by most standards a Mormon, and already quite heavily religious. But these books would take her up a notch, and eventually they would become critically important to her lifestyle, almost an obsession. The books were created by a religious author named Chad Daybell, and his name wouldn't be one that she would forget about. Since moving home to Arizona in 2016, Laurie grew more attached to her religion and these books, and it wasn't soon after, in autumn 2018, that her friend Melanie Gibb and her attended an event called Preparing a People. It was a religious event, and it was here that the rest of the story became a reality, because this is where she was introduced to Chad Daybell.
Ready to Preparing a People conference
Who's
announcement with.
This is someone else? I missed that.
By the year of 2015, while living on Kauai Island, Laurie had become fascinated by a series of books called Standing in Holy Places. Laurie was by most standards a Mormon, and already quite heavily religious. But these books would take her up a notch, and eventually...
I can never be Mormon, dude. Mainly because they're not supposed to
Almost
take
an
in
obsession.
any, like, caffeine or anything. I'm pretty sure that's
The
Mormons,
books
right?
were created by a religious author named Chad Daybell, and his name wouldn't be one
I'm
that she'd
already
forget
failing
about.
being a
Since
Mormon
moving home
within,
to
like,
Arizona in
2 minutes of
2016,
being awake
Laurie
every
grew more
morning.
attached to her religion and these books, and it wasn't soon after, in autumn
Caffeine is
2018,
life.
that her friend Melanie Gibb and her attended an event called Preparing a People. It was a religious event, and it was here that the rest of the story became a reality, because this is where she was introduced to Chad Daybell.
Ready to Preparing a People conference announcement with
Chad.
Chad Daybell, one of our main speakers. We are holding the first
According to Melanie, by the end of the weekend, Chad had told Laurie that the two had been married in 7 previous lifetimes. This is where the two began messaging each other after the event, and it wouldn't be long until things heated up. It was several weeks later that Charles was out of town on a business trip, and Laurie, she invited Chad round while Charles was out of town. The night wasn't saucy though. Laurie had also invited Melanie and a couple other followers from Chad, and all of them would talk about the deeper mysteries of God. Chad wouldn't keep his eyes off Laurie though, and often throughout the entire night, he made Laurie the centre of attention. Chad Daybell was a strange man. Born on August 11th, 1968, he grew up in Provo, Utah. Chad met Tamara in his teenage years, and by the time he was 22, they had married. He then graduated from his degree in journalism at Brigham Young University 2 years later, in 1992. Chad didn't have much of a lavish life. He was comfortable, but his first job was at local cemeteries as a gravedigger. That would change though in 2004 when he started his own business. His business or book company was called Spring Creek Books. He went on to have 5 children with Tammy and published over 25 books, half of them being the ones that Laurie would become obsessed over. He then moved to Rexburg with his family after claiming that God had told him to do so. Chad would refer to people as light or dark, and everyone was placed in various grades or levels in between. He believed that dark individuals were from this earth but were followers of Satan, and those who were light were followers of Jesus Christ. Chad told Laurie later that night that he believed she was an eternal being, that she had 21 previous lives, 5 of which were on planet Earth, the same number he had had. Laurie not only believed Chad on this, but she was thrilled and excited about it too. She was obsessed with this newfound purpose in life, and also obsessed over Chad too. The two kept in regular contact after this, and in October 2018, Chad emailed Laurie to share a chart of light and dark spirit estates, and ultimately to grade her family and children too. And this takes us to 2019. The Vallow family had been back to living in Arizona for a little over 2 years by now, and in that time, Charles and Laurie's marriage had started to slowly fall apart. As Laurie invested more and more time into her religion,
he's gonna be a total fucking Chad.
Becoming more of a cult, she became more detached from her everyday life, more aloof, her ideologies more bizarre. She strongly believed in the concept of light and dark people. She referred to those that she thought were dark as zombies. And she also believed that she was an eternal spirit, there to lead the 144,000, a group with a special protection from God. Charles and Laurie began to argue almost every day, and by this stage, their marriage really was on the rocks. On the 31st of January, Charles was on a business trip. It was a Thursday, and he'd been out of town for the week. For the last 2 days, though, Charles hadn't been able to get in contact with his kids. When he arrived back at the airport, he still hadn't heard from Laurie or the kids, and his truck that was in the car park, it was gone. He took a taxi back home, but when he got there, he realised that the locks on his door, they were changed. His clothes were in the bin. $35,000 wiped out of his account. This is when Charles would contact the police, and they would meet him at the property.
So what's going on tonight?
How the house is set. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god, and remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Houston, from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So,
where's your truck?
I don't know. A friend of mine's truck. Cars are all gone.
Upon entry of the property, he would realise that the family's cars were gone, and a lot of their assets were gone too. Charles would also open up to police about his wife threatening him, but they wouldn't take him seriously, even once or twice scolding him for wasting their time. It would be this point that Laurie would vanish for 58 days, and in that time, Charles had filed for divorce. Although Charles was clearly worried for her life, he too was just as scared for his and JJ's. She was clearly making advances to jeopardise their safety, and the police were not willing to intervene. Laurie had actually flown back to Hawaii with her daughter Tylee, and
Laurie is the name of
distance when
utter
in April,
fucking nut jobs.
This was just the beginning of Laurie's dangerous path.
And I apologize to any sane Lauries, but I know Laurie is literally a fucking psychopath. The worst person, most malevolent person I've ever met in my life. She's... oh my god.
What makes for a great vacation depends on who you ask. Are you looking to get away or bring everyone together? Do you want to get outside and play? Or see a play at the plate? Do you want to feed your soul or stuff your face? Fortunately, however you operate, I've got you covered. The name's Missouri, but you can call me Mo. And I have just one question. What's your MO?
It was now July the 11th, 2019. In the early hours of the morning, a man had called 911 to report that he had killed someone. The caller was Alex Cox, Laurie's brother.
I'm in police in an ambulance.
What's the emergency there?
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense.
Did he hurt? Did he fly?
Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving.
How long?
Why did you not...
Charles Vallow.
what part of his body is injured?
In the chest.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious?
Unconscious.
Is he breathing?
I can't tell.
Okay, are you willing to go over to him and check?
Sure.
Well, if you can see he's there, let me know when they get in.
Police would arrive at the property of 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Arizona just a few minutes later. Lori had just moved there several days prior. At the time, she was taking JJ out to school, while Alex and Tylee were in the property. And that is when Charles arrived. According to Alex, Charles approached the property enraged, and when Tylee went to go grab a baseball bat, Charles and Alex got into an argument. Tylee would return with the bat, and Charles would take it out of her hand, before hitting Alex around the head with it. Alex responded by grabbing his gun, before shooting Charles multiple times in the chest. He would die there, in the front room, and police would find him just several minutes later. You would think that the family would be devastated, but no. What was strikingly suspicious actually is how Lori, just outside the crime scene, was behaving. She was recorded making jokes about the situation, and even laughing.
How long have you lived here? Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
But what was even strikingly more morbid is what she did a few hours later. She would then host a pool party in her house, just several meters away from where her ex-husband had died literally just hours before. Back at the crime scene, Alex was tending to his injuries while police were questioning him. And although he had claimed that Charles had hit him over the back of his head with a baseball bat, the injury was surprisingly light. This didn't make sense. Charles, who was a semi-pro baseball player, if he had hit Alex in the head with a bat, he would be dead. But Charles was also not a violent person. Police would later release Alex without further questioning, claiming that it was self-defense. The next day, Nicholas and Zachary would learn of their father's death.
Where are his
It
workers?
was via text message. Lori decided not to call. And with big difference to before, the two were beyond devastated. Not surprisingly, Lori, along with JJ and Tylee, would move out of Arizona shortly after that. And where would they go? Of course, it would be to Rexburg. Following the death of Charles, the three began to settle into their new home in Idaho. But the story of Lori Vallow would only grow worse across the next few months. She enrolled JJ into a nearby school at the beginning of September, but for Tylee, she had not yet done that. It was Sunday the 8th of September 2019 when she took both of her kids, along with brother Alex, to Yellowstone National Park. The family seemed happy in pictures, soaking up a new area in America's summer. But these pictures would be the last time that Tylee was ever seen by anyone else again.
Ah, okay.
She just vanished. And Lori, she surprisingly didn't report this to police either. She just kept quiet. And with Tylee moving states just a couple weeks prior, no one really realised that she was missing. JJ started school the following day, and he seemed to be doing well in his new environment. He even made friends in his local neighbourhood. Just 2 weeks later, on September the 17th, he was seen playing with a friend outside of his new home in Rexburg. The neighbour's doorbell camera captured him running back into his house. But this too would be the last time that JJ was ever seen by anyone else again. And on September the 23rd, Lori called his school to unenroll him out of the programme. When questioned, she told the headmaster that he was now being homeschooled. And that was it. JJ was gone. Over the course of the next 3 months, friends and family of Tylee and JJ were slowly but certainly growing concerned over their whereabouts. Family wanted to console the two after the death of their stepfather, but they were never able to get through to them. And Tylee had only kept very brief contact with friends back in Arizona too, all of which were through text, those messages about personality. To anyone that questioned their well-being, Lori would say that they're doing just fine. She'd either tell them that they were at a friend's house or a family's house. But despite all these alibis,
this guy's way
no one had seen them for weeks. It was during this time that two things happened. The first one was that Laurie started to rent a storage unit just outside of Rexburg. On October 1st, 2019, surveillance footage captured her placing personal belongings such as children's bikes, scooters, and her children's blankets into the unit. The next day, she was seen again. It's not clear who with, but based on the way he walks, it's likely to be Chad Daybell, who of course is a resident of Rexburg, Idaho. Laurie, Alex and Chad would visit the storage facility a total of 9 times in October, and then again in November. The second thing that would happen was a more grisly one. It was October the 9th, and Chad Daybell's wife Tammy was on her driveway taking groceries out of her car. It was at that point that a masked man with a paintball gun walked up to her, and when she turned around to face him, he started firing at her. She screamed for Chad, and as she did, the man ran away. She would then post onto Facebook to say, "Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seats, a guy wearing a ski mask was suddenly standing by the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he thought he was doing." Tammy survived the ordeal, and she was clearly shaken from the attack. Not that this would matter, however, because 10 days later, Chad would call 911 to report that Tammy was dead. She had apparently died in her sleep at their home. Detectives would visit the property and rule the death as natural, but when asked if they could perform an autopsy on her, Chad hesitantly declined. This was an odd confrontation to the coroner, but they accepted his rejection without any further questioning. So to recap where we are in the story at this point, we have Laurie Vallow with a husband and 2 kids. Her husband is now dead, the 2 kids now missing. And then we have Chad Daybell with his wife Tammy. Tammy, now too, is dead. It all seems a little sus, don't you think? All
A
these
little
murders and
sus,
disappearances.
yeah.
What
Yeah,
is
just a
going
little.
on?
Just a little
What
sus.
are Laurie and Chad planning? Well, only 2 weeks later, Chad and Laurie would fly to Hawaii. And there, they would get married. I'm not kidding. It was at this point that all eyes were slowly shifting over to Chad Daybell and now Laurie Daybell. Media, they were realising the strange circumstances to these 2 families. And police, they were silently watching from the distance too. During their honeymoon and even back at home in Rexburg, Chad and Laurie would start lying to witnesses. Chad would tell people that Laurie never had any children, and Laurie would tell people that Tylee had died years previously. It was at this time, on November the 26th, that police decided to conduct a welfare check on JJ. They went to Laurie's property to ask if they could see him, and Laurie, well, she said that JJ wasn't there. Apparently he was back in Arizona with her friend Melanie. But it took all of several hours for police in Arizona to cooperate with Idaho PD. And when they confronted Melanie over JJ's whereabouts, she was surprised. She told police that she hadn't seen him for weeks, and also told them that Laurie and Chad had just called her to lie and pretend that JJ was with her. Police at this stage were, quite bluntly, getting pissed off. They went back to Laurie's house the next day with a search warrant, but when they got there, she was gone, and so was Chad. The 2 had actually taken a flight back to Hawaii. On stage, the newly married couple began to remain silent whenever in front of media. And through December 2019 to January 2020, police would officially declare Tylee and JJ as missing. They would raid Chad's house with a search warrant and recover his computers, cell phones and journals. And they would also provide notice to Laurie to demand that she must produce Tylee and JJ to Rexburg police within 5 days to avoid being arrested. Laurie's brother Alex would also strangely die on December the 12th, all while this was still going on, supposedly to a blood clot, or what some coroners may call as natural causes. The deadline for Laurie's notice arrived at and over that time, she failed to produce either Tylee or JJ to authorities. She was still also silent on where they were. And that is why on the 20th of February 2020, Laurie was finally arrested by Kauai police on $5 million bail. She was then extradited back to Rexburg and kept in custody. And although they had Laurie behind bars for now, the biggest questions to this case were still left unanswered. Where are Tylee and JJ? Where could they possibly be? And who was responsible for their disappearance? Progress on these questions were unbearably slow for friends and family, and although the smoking gun was firmly placed in Chad's and Laurie's hands, Chad was still a free man, and there still was no evidence. It would be 4 long, tiring months until June came around.
Invictus, the original fragrance, and discover Invictus Victory, the new extreme eau de parfum by Paco Rabanne.
June the 9th. It was 7 a.m. when Rexburg police showed up at Chad's front door. They had a search warrant for his property, a remodeled 1960s home built on 4 acres of land. Investigators were only there for a couple hours before they made a horrific discovery. In the middle of Chad's plot of land near his red barn, unidentified human remains were found. And days later, officials would confirm that those remains were of JJ and Tylee. The question to their disappearance had finally been solved. The rest of Tylee's and JJ's families were distraught. To all of the months that they were missing, they had hopes of a happy ending. The discovery of their bodies denying any possibility to the rapidly fading dream. JJ's biological grandparents shared. We are filled with unfathomable sadness that these 2 bright stars were stolen from us, and only hope that they died without pain or suffering. At around 11 a.m. on the day of their discovery, police arrested Chad Daybell as he tried to make a run for it. He wouldn't get far though, as they arrested him only 1 mile down the road from his property. He was booked into Fremont County Jail on 2 felony charges, one for concealment and the other for alteration of evidence. He has yet to face trial. And so the story continues. To the day of this recording, Chad and Laurie are still behind bars. They are yet to face their trials. And although police have shared that they do intend to charge both Chad and Laurie with murder, at the moment they're both still kept in prison on much lesser charges, which is quite unbelievable, really. I'm sure Alex Cox would also be in prison right now if he was still alive. Police investigations have actually found, through GPS triangulation, that on the morning after Tylee was last seen at Yellowstone Park, Alex went back to Laurie's house at 2:40 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. before heading to Chad Daybell's property for 2 hours at 9 a.m. And GPS coordinates have also indicated that he was again on Chad's property the day after JJ was last seen by any other witness, on September the 23rd. Following Tylee's and JJ's disappearances, several witnesses would also come forward to report that Laurie had started referring to both of them as zombies, those that were dark and followed Satan. So, to me it seems obvious how this will end after trial. Take my own opinion with a pinch of salt, but if I had to guess, Laurie and Chad are to blame. The two seem to be entirely deluded in their religious cult.
You don't
they found
say.
love in each other, and unfortunately, when 2 monsters meet, terrible things happen. If I had to guess, Laurie ordered her brother to kill Charles after she grew tired of him. Tylee was a witness to Charles's death, and so she had to go. JJ, he wasn't Laurie's biological son either, so she no longer cared. Chad, he killed his wife Tammy when he found an obsessive Laurie. And at this stage, I wouldn't even be surprised to learn that Alex could have been killed by Chad or Laurie, as he was too involved in the previous deaths. Who knows what will happen next in this case? I, for one, can't believe that this is real. It just seems too bizarre. You know, I feel a lot of pain for Tylee and JJ, but I also feel a lot of pain for Charles too. Through watching all the surveillance footage,
I already watched that one. I thought I watched all of this one too, but it doesn't. It shows I've only watched some. My name is Jeff.
Hear ye, people and common folk, how I have ended up on this yoke. Before you stands the king's great jester, a star-like poet until yester, but all of a sudden...
Unbeknownst to her doting parents, was destined to become one of the most infamous people in the United States of America. From what we know about her behavioral sequences, and despite what her defense team would later want you to believe, there's virtually nothing in Jodi's childhood that can be linked as a contributing factor to what she would eventually be capable of. The only thing worth mentioning was that she dropped out of high school in the 11th grade to pursue a career in photography, but it went nowhere, so she began working at a hotel restaurant, which became her occupation for the next 8 years. In February of 2006, at 26 years of age,
I watched a lot of this JCS channel like a year or so ago, and I've recently seen some other people watching it, and I was like, oh, it's been a while since I checked up on that.
She began a new job as a salesperson for a network marketing company called Prepaid Legal, and it was through this occupation where she crossed paths with fellow sales representative Travis Alexander, a 28-year-old practicing Mormon from Arizona, who also worked part-time as a...
That's weird. The last criminology thing I watched like 2 minutes ago involved a couple of Mormons as well.
Motivational speaker.
When you get someone to the briefing, they say no, that counts. When you get someone fully exposed and they say no, that counts. Every time you get one of those, cross one off the list. By the time the 100th one's crossed off the list, you won't be able to spend the money.
He was a very charismatic young man, which immediately caught Jodi's attention. They met at a business conference in September of 2006 and began a curious relationship from that point forward. To cut a long story short, Jodi was in love, and Travis was not. They broke up after just 5 months, but soon after the split, Jodi moved from her grandparents' home in Wairika, California, into an apartment just 2 blocks from Travis's house in Mesa, Arizona. She was at that moment labeled the crazy stalker ex by all of Travis's friends, and although Travis agreed, he would continue having sex with her out of pure convenience. She would show up unannounced on countless occasions, sometimes in the middle of the night, and Travis would let her in every time. It became somewhat of a routine, and a dysfunctional situation that neither were happy with. Travis, although he enjoyed the sex, essentially wanted her out of his life, while Jodi desperately wanted a serious relationship. And going off the myriad of entries in her diary, she firmly held on to the belief that they were meant to be together. In late May of 2008, however, she would ultimately have a change of heart.
I feel like
Travis had a work retreat planned to Cancun, Mexico for July 10th. It was all paid for by his employer and allowed him to take a friend with him. Jodi knew about this.
You know how when you've already watched a YouTube video, the red bar is like filled up like this one? Even though I don't think I finished this episode, maybe I did. This one was only like a quarter of the way
or at the very least hoped, that she would be the one going. Yet in the last week of May, it became known that Travis was taking another woman instead. A Mormon girl by the name of Mimi Hall, someone that Travis had been romantically interested in for some time. When Jodi found out, it would be safe to assume that she was heartbroken. It would be even safer to assume that she was absolutely enraged, and the collective opinion is that a specific thought process began to emerge in her mind, one that forged a psychological justification for a certain decision. On June 4th, 2008, 6 days before Travis was set to leave for Mexico, Jodi would once more show up on.
Is that better sound ratio?
All we know for sure is that they had sex and took explicit pictures of each other using Travis's new camera. At roughly 5 p.m., Travis would get in the shower, and Jodi would begin taking pictures of him using the same camera.
Just trying to take a
then,
duke.
Moments after this picture was taken, Jodi would stab Travis a total of 27 times. She would also cut his throat and shoot him in the face. During the onslaught, Travis's camera
I haven't
took
checked my text. Did you send him today?
The first was taken as Jodi dropped it during the onset of the attack. The second was taken as she kicked it by mistake while moving Travis's body. It showed Jodi's foot and a fatally wounded or deceased Travis. The amount of time that passed from the 2 photographs was 62 seconds. Jodi then spent an estimated 45 minutes cleaning down the crime scene to make sure none of her DNA was left behind. This included wiping down the victim's body with a cup of water and a cloth. She also deleted the pictures from Travis's camera before throwing it in the washing machine. She would then drive back out into the desert and leave Travis a voicemail for the purpose of placing herself away from the crime scene and giving herself an alibi.
I know Leslie called you, so I already talked to her, so you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't
Grog, I'm thinking Friday I'm going to try to do a 24-hour stream, starting like Friday when I get done with work, and then go until Saturday night, so like Friday at 10 p.m. until like Saturday at 10 p.m. I've never done one.
Also, we were talking about, when we were talking about your upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar stuff, so I'm all confused. Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. Let me know, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. End of message.
Jody would then drive to another man's house in Utah by the name of Ryan Burns and stayed the night. He would later testify that nothing seemed off about Jody's behavior, only that they kissed and engaged in sexual intercourse. Travis's body was discovered by Mimi and her friends 5 days later, the day before they were supposed to leave to Cancun together.
How long were you there trying to get into the house?
Just, a couple of minutes. I banged on the door, rang the doorbell over and over again. Nobody answered. I was scared that something might be happening to him because I knew that he had a stalker. Travis's friend on the phone suggested that we go in through the garage and look for him in the house. And then as soon as they said that they saw blood, that there's blood everywhere, I stopped looking and said, he's dead. He's dead. And so immediately I called the police.
After the news of Travis's death broke the following day, Jody called the police and offered to help with the investigation. She was then transferred to the lead detective, Esteban Flores of the Mesa Police Department. The most notable detail of the phone call was that Jody agreed to provide a sample of her DNA. Over the following month, forensics were able to uncover the deleted photos from Travis's camera, and despite her best efforts, discovered Jody's DNA all over the crime scene. During this time, oblivious to the evidence that was building against her, Jody would post multiple pictures of her and Travis on Facebook, alongside emotional messages to Travis himself. She even sent his family flowers and a letter expressing her grief over his death. The Mesa Police Department launched their case against Jody on July 15th. 41 days after the murder. Detective Flores would be the one to conduct her interrogation. He had spoken with her once over the phone and was present when she was fingerprinted and swabbed for DNA. The Siskiyou County Police arrested
I was watching
Jody
that yesterday,
at 7:35
John, that
a.m.
guy
and only
that was
said they had
complaining
a warrant for her
about,
arrest
what was he
without
complaining
giving
about?
further
Like,
information. She was
he was
placed
saying
in
something
handcuffs
in
and didn't once
Destiny
ask what
was
she
making the
being
game
arrested for
stale.
in the 6-minute drive to the local police station. What makes Jody
he
area
was
stand
upset about
out
something.
among the many cases in the realm of true crime
But not
is
playing,
the manner in which
not
she
really
attempts
knowing
to
Destiny, I
navigate the
couldn't tell
system.
what he was saying.
She seems to
really.
believe that if she presents herself in a certain way and adopts a very specific character with very specific traits, it will give her the best chance at evading the consequences of her actions. In her mind, this character is a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, God-fearing individual. Yet to everyone else, is quite possibly the most universally annoying person to ever abide in the history of existence.
I like how he said that.
Credelio protects your dog from ticks and fleas, so you can be close. Credelio close. Because you'd do anything for your dog. To stay,
What the hell the dog doing?
Credelio is a monthly chewable that's tough on ticks and fleas, but gentle enough even for puppies. This drug class
So he was just mad because PvP was stale? He said, I remember him saying something about like the Blizzard forces him to play certain game styles or something. It's like, I couldn't tell what he was getting at by that. It's like, what do you mean? Like, you have to? I don't feel like you have to, but I don't know that much about the game, so maybe you do have to get certain things unlocked. I don't know.
What's possible.
In the next moment, Jody will hear Detective Flores approaching the room. She will then abruptly place her head on the table to make it appear as if she's sleeping. She will now notice the detective has instead walked past the room and then revert back to her regular sitting position. For whatever reason, Jody wants to appear as if she's in a far calmer state than she actually is. She wants the detective to believe that she's relaxed enough to doze off, when she is in fact extremely alert and anticipating his arrival. She places her head back on the table to feign a placid state once more, and you'll notice her left shoulder hovers in what looks like a very uncomfortable position for just over a minute. She then hears the external door open, at which point she takes a deep breath and then fully rests onto the table.
Okay, let me get those off you. So you remember me?
Of course I do.
I traveled all the way up here to Kentucky because I've been working on Travis's case ever since. And I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details. And just recently we found quite a bit of evidence. And I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also get your statements.
Okay.
She's been brought to a police station in handcuffs and now just told her arrest is concerning the death of her ex-lover. An innocent person sitting in her position would want immediate clarification as to what exactly is going on. Jody doesn't inquire further, just gently accepts to cooperate after being given a very vague, yet highly accusative clarification of the situation.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public, and not even to Travis's family. And those details are
Have you seen this one yet, Lewis?
And the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I believe that you know some of these details. And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in, was it Siskiyou? Okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And I'm a police officer. I have to read you your rights. Okay. I'm sure you've heard them on TV. You know, I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same, and I'll explain them to you as we go, okay? And, you know, if there's a question that you don't want to answer, you don't feel comfortable, you can say no, you know, or, you know, you can elaborate as much as you want. That's completely up to you, it's at your speed. Should you? Yeah, I don't know if there's a recording or something.
I don't know if these are voice recorders. I noticed if they have video, they have audio or batteries.
I don't think they're on.
Hindsight allows us to recognize this is simply an attempt to appear innocent. She seems to think that if she appears confident enough to recommend the use of an outdated voice recorder, that it will seem as though she has nothing to hide in the eyes of the detective. But it's just bizarre. If the detective wasn't already certain of Jody's guilt, he would most certainly become suspicious at this moment.
Yeah, I haven't touched those or anything, but,
Jody's mind would be racing here, yet she desperately wants her exterior self to appear calm. She's so focused on having this nonchalant disposition that she completely fails to realize her behavior doesn't match the situation whatsoever. She's in a state of hyperarousal while feigning a state of composure, and the end result just looks very strange. It gives reason for her unusual infatuation with a voice recorder, and also for her oncoming sitting position, which really can't be described, only compared to a sea lion.
Which really can't be described. What?
So what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know. And you know, so if I ask you some questions, you voluntarily answer. Is that good? There was some question about you being. Well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been working. I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot here in this place, which is
could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to fear of approaching people.
You'll come to notice that Jody will go off on these unrelated tangents anytime she has the slightest chance to do so. It's a recurring theme in interrogations for when the suspect is facing serious charges. And the common theory is that it's an attempt at gaining a momentary escape from what is likely the most terrifying moment of their life. Going into detail about topics completely unrelated to the situation at hand essentially delays the onset of their new reality. Forensic psychology views this as a form of denial and also a subconscious coping mechanism. This particular tangent was about the local climate and multi-level marketing, but she'll also ramble about photography, religion, relationships, spirituality, household pets, her ex-boyfriends, road trips, hitchhiking, designer clothing, and computer virus software. The detective subtly nudges her away from the theme of network marketing and onto the topic of Travis. She starts off
Grandmaster's at a rank within the game, or is it a rank within like competitive scene?
Back on it, that it was kind of sounded immature. It's more like my Dear Travis kind of letter. And so I took it down because
in that game.
Yeah, some of it was a little more personal. Not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just
because GM is a rank in
felt funny.
SC2 as well.
Because I'm a photographer, I tend to communicate more through pictures, so I posted a ton of pictures that I have of him. And I have a ton more that I just can't access right now. And videos and things that I know his family would want. But
she then explains how it's hard to talk about Travis's death with the guy she's now dating.
and we've been talking a lot, and we try not to talk about that because it's kind of like, ugh. And plus, Travis is my ex-boyfriend, but at the same time, he's my friend. So while I'm mourning my friend, how do you talk to your new potential, possible, maybe person that you might start dating about your friend, even if he was your ex-boyfriend? So it's kind of a gray area.
The detective knows she'll happily trail off until the morning comes, so he cuts her off and locks her into the situation at hand.
And I've talked to a lot of people, and everybody's pointing a finger at you. You know, everybody is saying...
All my boyfriends are still alive.
I don't know who killed him.
Likely story.
But you need to look at Jody. And sometimes the simplest answers are the correct ones.
One of the most fascinating parts of this interrogation is how long the detective allows Jody to cling on to hope. For the first 45 minutes, she will be terrified, yet still believe there's a chance she will be going home at the end of it. The detective will hint at her suspicions and culpability in a gradual manner, yet not directly accuse her until a much later stage. Dangling the idea of hope above someone's head while simultaneously hinting at the grim future that awaits them would perhaps be considered cruel in most other circumstances. Yet on this occasion, it is tolerated for a tactical purpose, which is to allow for as much divulgence from the suspect as possible. Her fear will cause her to panic. Not enough to the point where she completely locks up, but just enough so that she continuously tries to claw at her own salvation, and in the process will divulge information that will be extremely damaging to her defense later on.
And that's one of the reasons I started looking at you a little bit closer. And over the last month or so, I've gotten into Travis's life, talked to all his friends, his family. I got a really good understanding of who he is now. And I got a very good understanding of your relationship with him. Obviously you weren't boyfriend, girlfriend anymore, but you were still having a sexual relationship, which,
Does his family know about that? Just curious.
No, his family doesn't know anything. Yeah.
I'm interested in protecting how he's remembered as well. And
just for the purpose of integrated context, at Jody's trial, she would label Travis a sexual deviant, a domestic abuser, and a pedophile.
He truly had feelings for you. And for some reason, he felt that the relationship between you and him was somewhat unhealthy, but you couldn't stop it. And I assume that's probably maybe the same way you felt about him, or maybe you didn't understand why he didn't believe it was healthy.
No, I didn't think it was healthy either, spiritually at least, and probably emotionally, but mostly spiritually. And I think that kind of, once you have something that's not healthy spiritually, it filters through all aspects of your life.
Her dialogue alters from spirituality to her work history and then to her finances before moving on to her family. Bear in mind she wasn't asked about any of this.
Financially, I wasn't doing well. I missed my family. I moved away shortly after high school, and I come back to visit, but I realized over the years I'd missed out on a lot of things. My little brother and sister missed out on just their karate or their baseball or cheerleading or...
The detective nudges her back to the subject of Travis once more. He asks if the sexual element combined with his religion was the reason the relationship didn't work. Jody then takes it upon herself to recount her sex life history and simultaneously preach about her own devotion to the Bible.
I've had a couple of serious relationships before where I was intimate with people, and it's kind of silly, but I used to always joke that regardless of what the Bible says, and yes, I'm Christian, I just live my life by the 10 Commandments, and those are my rules. You know, thou shalt not this or that, but it doesn't say thou shalt not. So I just used to joke about that. We did pray about it. I remember we knelt by his bed once, and surprisingly, he suggested it. Normally, you know, I would suggest that we pray before we go on a trip or before we eat, if we're alone.
It was kind of unusual for him.
Yeah, because he was very resistant to prayer. He's like, so I'd say, will you say a prayer? He's like, why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? So we'd go back and forth. Jody, will you say a prayer? And I said, sure. And Travis was like...
The detective endures as much prayer talk as humanly possible before shifting the topic once more.
He was at a point in his life where he wanted to really start settling down. He felt like...
The Road Warrior queef, like the whole episode, or like just as a clip?
Become a husband, become a father. Did you guys ever discuss possibly getting married or anything?
When we were dating, we did.
Okay.
Once we broke up,
Snapchat.
he brought it up. He actually proposed to me. A lot of times, but he wasn't
I still can't believe Andy's getting married.
Let's move to after the breakup.
Oh, okay.
That's nuts, dude.
What kept you in Mesa at that point?
I actually moved to Mesa a few weeks after we broke up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a time period you really wasn't seeing anybody, and then Mimi came into the picture. What did you think about her? And
I didn't know a lot about her. She seems like a really nice girl. He showed me her picture on Facebook. You know, I don't think she had a lot of pictures on there. He said that he's not sure why, but
oh, I'm playing Taryn. I thought I was playing random.
And I was happy for him. I didn't find out about Lisa.
This conversation you had face to face with him?
Yeah, yeah, it was in his room.
Check out this one, Mom. This is a great barrier queef.
Jody is desperately trying to make it appear as though her and Travis were on
Stan
good
and
terms,
Randy are
but
like,
this is just overkill.
gross.
Jody was labeled the crazy stalker ex by all of Travis's friends, and even Travis himself. The idea that he would show and then discuss any potential future romances with Jody is ridiculous.
And I truly believe he does love her still.
Oh, he
but
does.
Travis had a, he's what you call a player. You know what that means. Yeah. He kind of pulls girls in. He was reluctant to make a commitment first off. And truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not.
I gotta sneeze.
You're a wonderful girl. You're struggling. You're trying to make your way through life, and I don't see why you guys couldn't have made it.
I think we have very different philosophies in a lot of ways. We would argue about the dumbest things, and like there were so many times where I just couldn't wrap my mind around what he would. I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA.
Yesterday on Destiny's stream, he was watching the JCS of the Canadian girl that kills her parents. Man, that one had so many holes in it. Like her story was just awful.
It was dinner time. It was 7:38, and it was dark because it was January. And the tow truck guy said, you know, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here, and there's a Jack in the Box there, and he was driving me to the motel. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want.
Oh, did I make that? Yeah, I made that
like
spike too early, didn't I?
Mexican guy, and he seemed really harmless, and I was like, okay. And he, you know, and I asked him about his life, and he had a wife and kids, and so he wasn't flirting.
The travels of Jody and the sweet Mexican continues on for another 2 minutes. The detective then brings Jody's attention to what he already believes was the trigger motive for the murder.
So, moving over to his trip to Cancun that he was going to. When did you first find out about that he was going with Mimi?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services on Monday. It was the Monday night memorial service.
You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think that's awesome, actually.
Right. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Mimi had called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something to tell you. I don't look at you that way. I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want to be friends, we can be friends.
The detective essentially stated that Travis was friend-zoned by Mimi, but he still invited her instead of Jody anyway.
What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Well, moving is expensive for one, so once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants, you know that it's not healthy, but yet you continue to go back, and it brings us to this point where we are now.
Part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I've worked out with, with my bishop. And he's given me, certain scriptures to read and ponder and pray about.
Jesus Christ.
Preacher Jody emerges for another 2 minutes, going into detail about scriptures and baptisms. The detective then interjects and starts getting more
Scriptures and
confrontational with the
baptisms.
facts about Jody's behavior towards Travis.
And obviously you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and because nobody really knew about it.
Well,
there were some people who I talked to and said, yeah, they continued to have a relationship even after they broke up. And there are others who were saying that you had become obsessive with him to the point to where you would go into his house when he wasn't there, or when you weren't invited, and he would talk to people saying, she just kind of showed up, and I don't want to tell her to leave, but I don't want her here.
oh, must have been early on, because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over unless, he said you can come over anytime, but I need to know first.
The detective then starts ramping up the pressure and brings Jody's alibi and road trip into the discussion.
Was it the week of the first week of June? You took a trip to Salt Lake City. Which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up. And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car except for a while. I had to sleep there and sleep a lot, so.
But you were on the 15 for a while, and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
Yeah, I looked at a map, but I'm pretty sure I know where I went. Can I draw you a map?
Sure. So this trip took you a little over 48 hours. I have a problem with this trip.
Well, I went first too.
Yeah, I know. I know you went down here. I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pulled over to sleep a couple of times.
Oh, did I tell you that I got stranded?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned that. If you slept for
You
10
mentioned
hours,
I only slept for like
here
8
and
hours.
here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours for something else. This is what people are focusing on, is this trip that you took. Because they're saying she left, she didn't until Thursday. Wednesday? Some Travis was killed.
I did not go near his house. Aren't there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then magically you found your charger here.
It was I was packed under the seat of the passenger side, and it was when I was.
When you were lost, you couldn't have maybe pulled over and found it, or?
Well, I did finally start looking when I was stranded. I wouldn't have pulled over when I was lost.
Detective Flores explains to Jody multiple times over how the trip doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And whether it's feigned naivety or that she literally doesn't understand the concept of time and distance, she pretends to be confused by the allegation rather than actually confront it. This goes on for 3 minutes before the detective confronts Jody with the evidence of the photographs on Travis's camera.
But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
Were you at Travis's house on Wednesday?
Absolutely not. I was nowhere near Mesa. I was nowhere near Phoenix. I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there? Will that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
You need to be honest with me, Jody.
I was not at Travis's house. Was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter. Which, there's pictures. And I know you know there's pictures. Because I have them. I will show them to you. Okay? So, what I'm asking you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive. Remember I told you about the camera?
Mm-hmm.
The card's intact. Remember I told you that card was destroyed?
That's the kind of guy that likes to play a 2-hour-long match, and I just don't have time for that.
In Travis's bedroom with Travis.
I'm just gonna sit here and play fucking Civilization and build turrets and ravens everywhere. Like, that's annoying as fuck.
Taking photos of each other, and they're dated and time-stamped on the day he died.
Are you sure it's me? I mean, because I was
Jody,
not there.
It's you. And you know it's you. I know all the details of this case. The only thing I don't know is why. Why did you choose to go visit Travis that day? And why did you do what you did?
I never
Why
hurt
did you?
Travis.
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here.
Doesn't it turn out like
That's why I flew up.
there was some sort of like photos or something that she had deleted, but they somehow still they like recovered them?
I want to know why. Why did
Or did they already talk about that and I missed it?
I didn't hurt Travis. He's done so much for me.
I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
Mm-hmm. And the camera actually took a couple of photos by accident during the time he was being killed.
Really?
Yeah, Joey, really. You were there. Quit playing this game. It's
Like,
time for you to
bitch,
just come out of it.
we got you.
No, I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis.
A lot of these people are like when a little kid lies and you just straight up know the little kid's lying. They're like, I didn't eat the popsicle, and like their mouth has like fucking red or blue all around it, like the same color of the popsicle, and you're like,
and Jody's bloody palm.
like, buddy.
You either had blood on your hand when you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall when you touched the blood.
Could my palm print have already been there when I touched it?
Joey. Joey. This is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis.
If you want, I can show you some pictures of him. Do you want to see pictures of him?
Part of me does and part of me doesn't.
Why? Because you don't want to
No,
Joey.
there's a morbid curiosity.
Joey,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
Was it?
It's over.
Could it have been my blood from
Your
before?
image is not important right now. Saving the rest of your life is.
Listen, if I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty. It just seems so impossible. I want to see it. I want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. Okay, let's say for a second that I did.
Let's say for a second. Bitch, you did.
I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
but I wouldn't even say I was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
Then what
I
is
think
it?
if
What
anyone,
caused this?
I think if anyone, maybe Travis was jealous, but
That's not what everybody else says. I can prove you were there. I can prove it. But what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or, maybe something just got out of hand. Maybe things got out of hand.
did you
and-
find the gun? Maybe that would.
Joey, we're just playing games here. I'm gonna take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. Because the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. It's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, what caused you to do this. I'll let you think about that. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay? Let me go find them. I'll be right back.
Tips, I'm not a murderer.
Is that my first Raven? I thought that was my second one. Oh well.
What kind of gun is that?
It's a Glock.
I just bought a gun.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
You probably found it by now.
Probably. I was taking it somewhere.
These are just a few photos. And I want to be careful not showing you certain photos
Please
because
don't
some
show
of them are very bad.
If Travis were here today, he would tell you that it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now. And everything Travis is telling me is that Jody did this to me.
Got her.
Look at that one. Remember him?
Is he naked? In the shower?
Yep.
Jody is then shown one of the pictures that was taken
It's
by
like one of the
accident
last
while she was in the process of murdering
dudes.
Travis.
Rogers shot up a school in like California,
What's
whatever.
your foot, Jody?
Like a lot of these
These are
people
your
have
pants.
just like severe
No, it's
ego
off color
problems.
because you enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. Let's try this.
This is his bathroom. That is not my foot.
Can didn't even recognize
sirs, can you fucking do something,
recent
please?
cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things. These are all her work. You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a feral cat. All these little things are her.
Enough about your cat, but there's no doubt in my mind that you were there. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me you weren't there, you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I want to know why. It's killing me inside.
That's
Don't know
the
why.
thing. Like, there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
And I have a solid case against you. And I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know what she did. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation.
If I'm found
That's not
guilty,
true.
what happens?
You'll have to pay the price.
Well, what's the price?
I don't know.
Don't you know what the sentences are? The sentences that are carried for something.
It depends on your situation, how old you are, depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean, I don't see any remorse. I know you're afraid, but you're already going through it right now. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It's already happened. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to face the consequences.
You know, if I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things like, you know, I'm all for the 10 Commandments, like that. I just can't. I didn't kill Travis. I just didn't. I did not take his life.
You need to come out and tell me why this happened. I will not accept any other excuses. I will just move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all of the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just let a judge and a jury decide. We can leave it in the hands of a jury. We can do that, that's fine.
Would that help me at all?
I mean, you can't use them in court, but
Well, then there's no point in taking it.
you took a knife to him and couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. And before you knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then
I've never been that angry at him. Not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
Then tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me.
Travis has done a lot for me, and I wouldn't hurt him. He introduced the gospel to me.
Why is everybody saying that you are capable of hurting him? Everybody says that. So don't tell me that you're not good with it.
I haven't even hurt spiders. He kicked a dog once. I was a freshman in high school, and I love animals. And we had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and my parents, until this dog that they have now, have never been able to, and I don't mean just them, we as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent.
To save you the oncoming ramble about Doggy Boy the dog, she lightly tapped him with her foot for tearing open the trash, and she's felt so bad ever since that it changed her entire worldview on the animal kingdom. She now apologizes to the dog, through the detective, who's conducting her interrogation for first-degree murder.
And I need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird, my relationship with animals. It's kind of like they're like people too, they have souls.
What you need to do is you need to apologize to Travis. But you just refuse. Yeah, I can't help you anymore if you're not gonna help yourself.
You asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jody.
It's fascinating to observe how fast she can switch from one emotion to the next once she realizes a particular strategy hasn't worked. The attempt at elevating her character by expressing how much she cares for spiders and pets hasn't seemed to have any effect on the detective, so she then switches her disposition from sorrowful to analytical, as she once more tries to manipulate his perception of her.
If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not it to me.
I wouldn't find out.
It's not it. It's not it at all.
Well, to me it is. I would be more than remorseful.
Is it maybe something you're blocking out of your head?
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book, The Road Less Traveled. And he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to
I wonder why
reality
every
at
time I
all
alt
costs.
tab, this thing goes away
Well,
for a
this is
little bit.
definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department, and you are facing first-degree murder charges.
What is the
And
difference?
you are going to be booked into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it.
I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
You know, I've been doing this a long time. And there's one thing that I can never get out of my head. Ever since the first day I talked to you. There's an old saying that, you know, someone's just not acting right. Look into it. You have not acted right from day one. You're just not acting right, Jody. You're acting like somebody who's guilty.
How so?
How so? So I can change it and act
You tell
normal.
me. I know because I've been doing it a long time.
It's
taken
not
me a
that I
long
don't-
time to figure it out. But within the first
Yeah. The
30
girl
seconds
that
we were having a conversation.
that's what I was talking about before. Lewis is the girl, the Canadian girl that like couldn't live up to her parents' expectations, and they basically told her to stop dating the guy that she was dating, and then and she had like a curfew and everything, even though she was like 22, and yeah, so then she like had them killed. Like there are so many flaws in the story and like how she set it up. Like she literally could have had a way higher probability of getting away with it if she would have just like paid someone to do what they did when they weren't home, you know, or when she wasn't home, you know what I'm saying? But like her whole story with like, oh, they tied me up, and then like the detectives poked holes in that because like the way that she claimed to be tied up with her hands behind their back, and she said, well, she was tied up, she like called 911. They're like, okay, well, show me how you got your phone out of your bag and called 911 with your hands behind your back. It's like she literally could have had them do that and just been like, oh, they did it when I wasn't home, and then I got home and I found my parents dead. But instead of making it easier, she has this whole elaborate story that is just terrible.
I know when somebody's acting right. There's a certain way people act.
How did I act that would
It's
make
not
you
like
think?
it's not like TV. It's not anything like that. It's not what you see in the movies.
Is it because I'm not
I'll be right back.
blind?
I gotta take a piss.
No.
Yeah, it
It's not
is.
because of that.
The Road
is it?
Warrior Queef. It's
I mean, I'm
absurd.
not going to change how I act.
No,
So
obviously
it's
you can't
not-
change the way you're
No, I
acting.
mean, I am who I am.
Okay, you're sincere in the way you're acting, but
Well, how is
you're just not telling the truth.
How is it different?
Well, it's not really something you need to focus on anymore.
After Jody failed her attempts to extract inside knowledge on the best way to behave in order to appear innocent, she then attempts to explain why she hasn't been able to appear innocent.
It's not that I'm not remorseful that he died. The reason I hesitate is because maybe this is something that's wrong with me psychologically, is I think of the butterfly effect. And it's like, you could say that the guy pumping gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this, if he had never done this.
I know if you had never met him, he probably would still be alive.
That's true.
Yeah, that's because you killed him.
No, I just can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know people plead guilty for those things.
No, and I don't want you to do that. That is the absolute last thing I want.
I wish that I had answers. I'm sorry. There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why this happened. There's never a good
Mr.
reason why
Grimes.
somebody dies like this.
What'd it do?
This seems to be the moment Jody fully confronts the reality of her situation.
JCS
The anguish she has over
Criminology.
her own fate will become
It's a
visible.
YouTube
Yet she will now
channel that,
disguise this anguish as grief
they go
over
over like
Travis's
murder
death.
cases
She
and
does
stuff.
this by posing a question.
How many times
Wrong
was
button.
Travis stabbed?
More than I want to remember. I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
What are you up to, Austin? You still at work?
Travis's family is gonna miss out on the Travis. There's just no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
All I know is that
21 viewers? Who am I, Shroud?
It's so cold. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him.
Eating some dinner. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize how late it is. It's 6 where I am, and
have to maintain
you're an hour
innocence.
later than me, so it's already 7.
Doing something that I haven't done. There's just no
Well, I
reason.
have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's gonna happen from here when you leave?
Yeah, you're,
Like, just today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there.
This is a really trivial question, and it's gonna reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're gonna be taken the way you are. I can't give you anything else.
Do I have to go in handcuffs everywhere? It's just this true.
Whether you wrote a bad check or...
What are you up to? Just eating, chilling?
Charges, you're gonna go in handcuffs.
You said you're gonna stream tomorrow, right? Tomorrow evening? Get in some gameplay? We ought to do some games of like dedicated practice, because you were talking about getting out of platinum or whatever. What is this nut job doing? A random handstand in the fucking... What the hell the dog doing?
Jody was then taken to the county jail and charged with the murder of Travis Alexander. She stayed there overnight, and it would be a total of 16 hours before she was taken back to the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office. Her second interrogation commenced at approximately 9:30 a.m.
Tell me this is on sale. You bet, because the Memorial Day Super Sale at Furniture Row's been extended.
Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend, plus 7 years no interest and free shipping. But hurry, the extended Memorial Day Super Sale at Furniture Row ends soon.
I see need.
I had
I'm thinking you meant need,
small
right?
toddlers, and I found out that I was expecting. I just knew it's time to get a new home.
A real estate agent told us about our local model mortgage office.
She did tell us to get pre-qualified. She let us know that we would find the right loan that would be perfect for us. And we did find the right loan that was perfect for us, perfect for our family. It was just outstanding service.
Motto Mortgage Brokers have more lending products to fit every homebuyer's unique needs. Motto Mortgage, your dream, our expertise.
Just remember. If you want to go ahead and stand up for me, as I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay?
The game plan for this second interrogation will be a lot more strategic. Investigators will have studied the footage the day prior and will now have a greater understanding of Jody's personality. The initial tactic is for Detective Blaney to criticize and berate the suspect's character while simultaneously reinforcing fear and apprehension. She makes it very clear from the offset that the suspect's fabricated naivety and sickly sweet persona will not work on this occasion, and Jody's self-esteem will be broken down in a manner that would typically be considered bullying or abuse under different circumstances. This is done so that when Detective Flores returns, it will be a welcome relief, and an immediate rapport will then be attained, which in turn will make the suspect far more likely to cooperate.
Dude,
It's a
detectives
derivative
are
of
big
good cop,
brain.
bad cop, and
Like,
the two
there's a lot of
investigators
detective
execute this
tactics that are
technique in a near perfect
major
manner.
big brain
Detective
plays.
Blaney's time with the suspect is essentially a non-stop psychological onslaught, which is sometimes executed in a passive manner, while other times in a far more direct manner. During the latter stages
GG.
of the bad cop procedure, Jody will be asked if she would
I'm not paying
prefer to
attention to
speak
the
with
game,
Detective Flores
so I'm trying to
instead.
listen to this goddamn
question is posed a
deal.
total of 5 times, and only on the 5th time will Jody finally give in and admit that she would. This will give her the impression that when Detective Flores finally returns, it was all her doing, rather than a calculated and prearranged strategy.
Okay.
The voice recorder isn't actually for the purpose of recording the conversation. It is a prop to reinforce the perception of Detective Blaney being the enemy, and not to be trusted. You'll notice that when Detective Flores returns, this device will be switched off, therefore reinforcing the idea that he is the friend who can be trusted.
Today's date is
Like, man, that's
July
big
6th.
brain. Like, the subtlety of that. Like, Jesus. That's something most people wouldn't even think about, you know?
16th. And my name is Detective Rachel Blaney.
Oh, shit.
And I'm
I
here
saw
with
the
Jody
big-
Arias. Is that how you say your last name? Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, if I have to, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, what you said, and there's no mistakes. Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons actually. Let me say this: it's obvious to me that you're not our typical suspect.
I probably shouldn't build that pool there. Probably should have built it like over here.
Your parents obviously care.
And the reason I say that is because he could potentially like cannon by that ledge and then kill
you're a
my
bright
pool.
girl. Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday. And
Should I do my placements as Protoss?
there's no question,
Austin, I better.
in my mind or any of the other investigators' mind, that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted
murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances
PvP.
and things got out of control? When this hits the news, and it will, it'll go to the media, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that.
You know, I wish I could pick what cursor I was playing with, no matter what race I was. I don't know why, but I hate the Protoss cursor. Like, you see how the end of it feels like a little bit more rounded? Like, it's less precise.
Deny when it's obvious that
it's weird.
That that's not the case. You appear to be a cold-blooded killer. And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, you know, before things, you know, start getting heavy. This is your opportunity to help yourself out. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you. It's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are? Because you're the only one that knows that.
The professional ruthlessness of this investigator is quite astonishing. The demeaning and sarcastic tone she manages to superimpose over straight facts is gripping to witness.
You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy, Travis,
oh, is this guy Cannon?
building some sort of, what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? You know, did he take advantage of you? Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jody.
Titan. TVP.
You know, you're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now. And you let this eat at you. And it's going to destroy you. Or change you. In a way that you wouldn't want.
Jody manages to veer off on trivial aspects of her and Travis's relationship that paint her in a positive light. Officer Blaney makes it very clear that she has far less patience than Officer Flores. With what appears to be a very sympathetic tone, she will snap the suspect's focus back to the element of the murder.
As much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy I can marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, you know, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, you know, kill somebody on a limb. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You know, you tell me. You tell them. You tell, you know, Travis's family. I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, you know, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. You know, what was it that would make you, you know, so angry or upset?
Once Jody is forcefully brought back to reality, she all of a sudden has nothing to say. The passive yet disparaging tone of a detective must be a very hard thing for an individual to have to sit there and take, especially someone who has used their fabricated sweet nature to their advantage most of their life in order to avoid these types of situations.
And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none.
Normally I think a gas deal is bad, but the main reason I did that is because he trapped my probe in.
And you will be out of control then. You know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, you know, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. Take a minute just to think about what I said.
Psych!
Jody is clearly exhausted and terrified. She, at this moment, was being observed by both Detective Blaney and Detective Flores in another room, and they even contemplated having Detective Flores enter at this moment. They ultimately decided against it, however, and Detective Blaney re-enters the room to maximize this state of dejection. The pressure will now be increased to a considerable degree.
Maybe I did have the wrong picture of you. You know, all of this time that you and I have been talking, you know, that I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but.
I'm just
You're talking about
just people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered
specifically
Travis,
about
I would be
Travis.
very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, you know, I'm just really confused. At this point, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were.
Oh! What an absolute savage! Maybe you're just not very intelligent.
I don't know what else to do for you here, Jody. I'm kind of at the end of
Wow.
You're not
You're gonna
get
hit
a
her
lot of
with
people
that,
are
huh?
trying to help you out along the way, beyond this point. And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen.
Listen here.
No, you listen. You are not.
This lady is a savage.
The reality here, Jody. You are acting like the person that I
you listen.
the ugly, cold-blooded murderer.
Every time Jody breaks down, the detective immediately focuses on Travis's family. She makes it abundantly clear that she has absolutely no sympathy for the suspect despite her best efforts.
I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken. I know.
Damn, he saw that? That's pretty impressive.
My child. That's what.
That's like such a random spot for
I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them, and I think that you can understand that, young son. Was I off base, Jody?
Ooh, I don't have a forge yet.
I understand you're a very private person. Everybody has said that, and that's glaringly apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now, so there's really nothing to hide from anymore. You know what I mean? Do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's food? This is your chance to make at least something right. Even if it's on a small scale, it's a big deal to his folks. This is your opportunity to make right on some of your selfishness.
I wasn't angry at Travis. Everyone keeps saying whoever did this was so angry.
Then what were you? Were you jealous? Was he expecting you to come over that day? wanted me to. Until I wasn't going to. So was it a surprise that you actually showed up?
Jody prepares to set off on another tangent about photography, but gets shut down right away. The detective doesn't allow her thoughts to keep wandering off on something unrelated as a means for attaining a brief distraction from reality.
I got pictures of him unshaving, and then he was already weird about that.
Well, Jody, when you say things like that, it's obvious to me that you don't want to do the right thing for the family. You don't want to unburden yourself. You don't want to give them closure. And you're jerking my chain.
You're jerking her chain, Jody. That interviewer is a savage.
I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of skirting around it. I thought that it would be easier for you to talk to a woman, to say what you need to say to a woman. Sometimes it is. But unless you're willing to give me something, then I can't do anything for you. After today, things are going to go so fast for you. You're going to be totally out of control of the situation. The wheels of justice will start turning.
The wheels of justice!
I understand that you're afraid and that you're horrified about that person within you that could do something like that. But it happened, and it's a done deal, and you did. At least you can do is tell the family how it happened so they can understand why. I mean, do you think you're going to get this opportunity again? To sit down and just have a free-form discussion? There's not going to be any situation or place that's going to make it any easier for you. This is as good as it gets for you right now. Would you rather talk to him? If you do, that's fine, and I'm sure that he'd be willing to talk with you again. Or would you rather continue talking with me? It's up to you.
I don't really have a preference, I guess.
I don't know what it is that's going on inside your head right now. I don't know whether you're weighing the odds, trying to figure out how you can save your own skin here. Don't you think that it's going to make just a little bit of difference inside yourself as far as that closure goes? If you know that the family at least has something, and if you're not going to do that today with me right now, I'm just going to send you back across the street. Because we've been in here for a while. And I don't have, the entire day. I guess my patience are running a little thin. And if you think you're feeling grief over this whole incident, think about how they feel. For once, think about somebody else. And if you want to talk to Detective Flores as opposed to me, you can do that. Like I said, I thought it would be easier for you to talk to a woman.
I kind of do want to talk to him because he has been in contact with Travis's family a lot. Okay. I don't know if that would make any difference, but I know that he already talked to someone really good.
Yeah, I'm sure that he has somewhat of a relationship with him. So we'll see if he's...
Yeah, I'm not trying to stall or anything, but I could go back and again. Can we go?
Yeah.
Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me. Are you doing okay?
I want him to see my army.
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Thank you, but what matters is how his family is.
I told you yesterday I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. The person's family who is hurt, they're obviously hurt. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's her family.
The objective of good cop, bad cop seems to have worked. A higher level of trust and rapport seems to now be established. Jody pours out her emotion as the detective offers a sympathetic and understanding tone. But then something very interesting happens. Once she composes herself, she for some reason requests to see the photos of Travis. Not before, but after he was murdered. Many could think she is attempting to gain some sort of depraved satisfaction from seeing them. Yet going off how the rest of this interrogation plays out, it's more likely that she is trying to gather information, or at least confirm something in the photographs, before she amends her new narrative.
GG, I win.
I don't even think I really deserve closure.
What is it you want to get on?
W.
Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him, or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I want to show you those.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that. We had a difficult time identifying who he was.
Boop, boop.
By the time we got there.
Scoop, boop.
He wasn't the same person. So that's why I don't want to show you photos.
The detective attempts to get the dialogue flowing.
You still
in a
watching
subtle
South
manner,
Park?
Yet he's given
Senior
the silent
Grog?
treatment anytime he poses an incriminating question. Jody knows exactly what she can and can't say with respect to her own preservation. Her internal self is far more calculated than the naive exterior she continuously portrays.
So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Should I be looking for somebody else?
Oh, is this guy?
Is there anybody else with you besides you and Travis? Are you protecting somebody else?
The detective allows for extended periods of silence. Only Jody will know for sure what she was thinking, yet one could safely assume she is desperately constructing her new narrative during these moments.
A day watching South Park is a day well spent. Matt and Trey are comedic mad lads. It's just a great show. It's one of the greatest shows ever made, period. Otherwise it wouldn't have lasted like 30 seasons. What are they on? They're on like upper 20s.
It just speeds up the process.
It's all really blurry. It really is blurry. Oh God. Can I please see those photos?
Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine? We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterwards. Everybody says he just leaves his doors open. Trust everybody.
I'm just gonna need a secret.
This was the cue for Jody's next series of insufferable rambles. The detective valiantly endures this for the next 31 minutes to lower her guard.
I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't in a bad neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood. It wasn't great, and gunshots carried. And there was, as soon as this agriculture, and there were all fields and these things, there were hunters and their dogs. They were swinging by and pick up Amy. And I wasn't there. I was sitting there, but there was nothing. I've never been endowed. I've never been through a temple, but from what I understand, I think it's such a sacred place. And meditating there. And
Damn it, I got supply blocked. That might actually cost me the game.
There were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a sage page in the town. So that's why I didn't go target practicing.
I actually don't mind if he gets in, because then he won't kill this shit.
$600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they were too expensive, but then there was this one, it was cheap.
Jody's dialogue eventually winds up on the subject of Travis, and how Travis was private about the shower. The detective seizes the moment to catch Jody off guard. He subtly poses a highly incriminating question in a jokingly manner.
He was very private about the shower, like
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No.
She doesn't deny she was there, only that she wasn't taking the pictures for that particular reason. She doesn't refute what is essentially an accusation, only a part of the context within it. This seems to be the moment where Jody realizes the holes in her story are beyond repair. She has to admit she was at least at the scene of the crime, and will now start to scramble her thoughts to garner the most self-preserving storyline.
Trying to get back down.
No.
I might get startled and I have asthma.
say something to you? What did you do?
Yeah, that supply block hurt me a ton. If I wouldn't have got supply blocked there.
The whole time. I don't believe you, Jody.
Can't.
Why not? Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
I've seen it come.
Then who was it?
Senpai, I can tell you. Tell you everything I know or that I remember.
Okay. What do you remember?
Is there any way I can see those pictures? I just...
No, not right now.
Can I see them soon? I will. No.
You need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there.
He was kneeling down in the shower. I don't remember him. This is his shower and the sink is over here. I was like right here, taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that. Exactly. Except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like right here on my knees and his bathtub was right here and I was taking him here and I was just going through the pictures and I heard this loud ring. And I don't really remember except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think I was out long. And there were two people there, and
What would you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like on his knees like this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help, go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around, there's two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl. I couldn't tell that at first, but I just see one was a girl and I assumed the other was a guy because they're built. And then their voices. Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl, he was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked. Like, oh, you know.
What happened, Jane? What did you say?
I took it out like a little bitch. I ran. He was still like conscious and still alive and
But you just left him there?
no, I ran into the closet and he stopped me and he didn't touch me, he was just held the gun to my head and he was like, you don't go anywhere. And he told me to go finish it. I didn't see. He told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that, in the closet?
No, it was
She describes that the male stopped her from leaving, and then goes into detail about how her phone wasn't charged and how she forgot her phone charger. She then describes how she valiantly tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
she was over him and I just rushed her and I pushed her.
In the next moment, she will state that the assailant comes back when she never went anywhere to begin with.
I got Travis and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much and I was trying to get him and she came back. I got him behind the car, like right here. She came back. He was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in. And she said that, they needed to, do me too, because it was there. And he's like, no, that's not why we're here.
From what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I don't know what you define aggression by, there was definitely a sternness.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to know them. I mean, he was a little out of it, plus they had masks on anyway, but he didn't express any kind of recognition.
Good talk.
The detective takes her back to the moment she tried to save Travis from the female attacker.
So I wasn't sure, I just knew I had to hold on to her hand because she had a knife.
What hand?
She had it in this hand, but her right, I guess. So he said, "Come on."
GG,
come on.
that supply block
You know,
completely fucked me.
But I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, "I can't." I said, "Come on." He's like, "I can't feel my legs."
Jody had obviously seen a lot of bad movies. Bear in mind, this conversation she had with Travis was supposedly happening as she was simultaneously fighting off a knife-wielding attacker. She glosses over the struggle, and she somehow ends up outside the bathroom. The two assailants are now inside the bathroom, arguing with each other about Jody's fate. She hasn't stated whether Travis is alive or dead at this point.
It wasn't like super yelling, it was kind of like hushed but intense. Like, you need to da-da-da, shut up, it's not over here. Things like that.
The male assailant then takes Jody's registration out of her wallet and looks at her address.
He said, "If you ever say anything."
Something I've noticed with this, like, they're way far in. Like, her story keeps getting more elaborate and keeps changing. It's like, they know you're lying at that point. Like, the fact that you couldn't keep it simple and your story, like, little things keep changing and then you add this and that and you're like, oh, well, I didn't know it was relevant before. It's like, if you're telling the truth, you just flat out say what happened and you'd be, that would be that. It wouldn't be like, oh, well, and this guy came along and now he's telling me I can't say anything, so I didn't want to say anything before.
About this. So they'll do to my family the same way, and me. And I didn't care so much about me at that
I want
point.
to play against random.
He said, "You need to leave, and don't you call anybody, and don't you say anything. He's only giving you one chance." And she said she's gonna rat us off, she's gonna say something, and he was like, "Shut up." He was like, "You get one chance."
Jody then leaves in her car. She of course doesn't mention the fact that she then left Travis a voicemail to give herself an alibi for not being there.
I was really scared. I was really freaked out of my mind.
I don't believe you.
This is all I know. I wonder if Drew or anyone's gonna play CS:GO later. I'm not Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah is the worst. Not goddamn Trevor Noah. I'm an upstanding and honorable conservative. I'm not one of those liberal cucks. Grilling and chilling.
Okay. They won't be hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling them the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
How little I cook. I got those kolaches in the oven, and I was watching TV, and I'm like, oh, I'll go check the food I'm cooking. And I went to the kitchen not thinking.
What'd you forget you were grilling, grog?
99% of the time I'm going to the kitchen to check food I'm cooking.
With a pen and paper 3 minutes later, she was curious to see what Jody would write to Travis's family.
Did you forget you were cooking, grog?
A paragraph about how sorry she was that she couldn't save Travis. The family were never given the letter. Jody completely dissects and carefully examines the ham and cheese sandwich before she eats any of it, and as you've probably guessed by now, continues to behave in a rather unusual manner.
I need to add,
You ready to go?
I guess that's really all I needed. Sorry. Don't roll the tape yet.
Why was he a good traveling companion?
Oh, he was a great traveling companion for many reasons. Traveling with Travis was kind of like traveling with your own personal comedian or serenader.
Jody not only stuck with her story about the assassination squad, she doubled down and agreed to every media request that came her way. She also stuck with the soft-spoken, sweet-natured, Jesus-loving character that wouldn't hurt spiders, let alone human beings. But she once again fails to realize this fake disposition doesn't match the situation whatsoever. If you were sitting in a squalid jail, wrongfully accused of murder, and as a result facing life in prison or even the death penalty, you wouldn't be acting like this. She's trying to come across as the innocent girl next door, but she just looks like a terrifying lunatic.
To know that he was stabbed some 27 times and shot once in the left cheek. I hope it's not done this to him. I don't know. Who do you think killed him? I have no idea. Jody, you're pretty close sitting here. How do you know what to think so far?
Through my face.
Fuck off.
Shaking in my boots right now if I had to answer to God for such a heinous crime.
Jody Arias killed Travis Alexander. There is no question about it.
This is Jody's defense team, and what you just saw was the very beginning of their opening statement on the first day of her trial.
The person that said she killed him is part of her own defense.
4 years, 6 months, and 2 days after Travis was murdered.
The million-dollar question is what would have forced her to do it.
They must have figured the assassination story wouldn't go down well with a jury, especially when confronted with the many steps Jody took to get away with the murder. So the narrative has now changed for a third time, and the defense have to come up with a plausible explanation for Jody's trail of deception. The hole she had dug herself into was exceptionally deep, and her attorneys are now crafting the rope to pull her out.
Jody did not always tell the truth about what happened that night. She was scared. Scared about what had happened and scared about what she had done. She had absolutely no experience with police interrogation before.
You don't say.
And so when they talked to her, she wasn't always truthful. Her fear and her panic about what had happened led her to tell different stories.
What?
Throughout this trial, you will learn more about Jodi Arias.
Although not everyone in Travis's family were devout Mormons, all of them were close. He in particular had a very strong relationship with his sister Tanisha, and as you can probably tell, a picture can say 1,000
Tanisha should be
words.
wildin'.
More about Jodi. You will find that she is an articulate, bright young woman who is a very talented artist and photographer. And so what would have forced her to have to take Travis's life on that awful day? In order to answer that question, we have to go back to the beginning.
The bulk of the defense's opening was to paint Jodi as the naive victim and Travis as the calculated villain.
Being a Temple member and an executive director of prepaid legal, outward appearances would be very important to Travis. And so while he continued this facade of being a good and virginal Mormon man, he was inwardly dealing with his own sexual issues. And in Jodi, he found somebody who was easily manipulated and controlled. Someone who would provide him with that secretive sexual relationship that he needed.
They also mentioned that Travis was violent with Jodi on several occasions, that he would fly into these sudden rages for almost no reason, and that Jodi was terrified of him. They end their statement with Jodi's latest account of how Travis was killed, which is now a case of justifiable self-defense. The attorney gets to the moment Jodi was taking pictures of Travis in the shower.
Jodi accidentally drops Travis's camera. And as that camera was falling, that was enough for Travis. Because he lunged at Jodi in anger.
I'll check it out at some point. Probably once I'm done streaming.
Jodi's life was in danger. In just a minute from this picture, we go to the next picture, where it's Travis's body. He's clearly injured already. In a minute. Now that very brief moment of time, a minute, is not the result of premeditation. In that 1 minute, had Jodi not been forced to defend herself, none of us would be here. In that 1 minute, had Jodi not chosen to defend herself, she would not be here.
This is not a case of whodunit. The person who done it, the person who committed this killing, sits in court today. It's the defendant, Jodi Arias. And the person that she done it to is an individual by the name of Travis Victor Alexander, a former boyfriend of hers, an individual that she was in love with, an individual that was a good man, an individual that was one of the greatest blessings in her life.
Did you forget you were grilling, Grog? Is that why you were like, shit?
Love for Travis Victor Alexander by sticking a knife in his chest. And you know, he was a good man, according to her. And with regard to being a good man, well, she slit his throat as a reward for being a good man. And in terms of these blessings, well, she knocked the blessings out of him by putting a bullet in his head. She took the knife and began to stab him when he was in that defenseless, sitting position.
This is very important to take note of. The prosecution just referred to this, the last photograph of Travis alive. Their argument is that Jodi either asked him to sit down or at least waited for him to sit down before she began her attack. She knew Travis had to be in a disadvantaged position before she commenced her assault, and the prosecution's argument is that it was at this moment when Travis received a stab wound to the heart. He would have then began to rapidly lose consciousness from that point forward. He attempted to protect himself and escape, but he was soon overwhelmed by his attacker due to the rapid blood loss. The pool of blood outside his bathroom reinforces the argument that his throat was cut after the stabbings, and a coroner's report, which will be revealed in more detail later on, concludes that Travis was in all likelihood shot in the head last. Jodi's version, on the other hand, has to be that Travis was shot first. The reason for this will also be explained later on.
And began and stuck the knife in his chest. He struggled. He grabbed the knife. And when he grabbed the knife, of course that resulted in more blood. I pushed the girl who was there. And I was able to get the better of her, and I was about to run out. Get out and go get some help.
Oh, you were just saying, you just remembered it randomly.
I started looking through my purse. And lo and behold, in my purse, believe it or got my car registration that shows my address, because that's what I carry around. So they knew, they being this guy, knew exactly where I lived. And he said to me, well, if you tell what happened here, the same thing's going to happen to your family. There's a different story now. Now, it's not that she wasn't there. Now, it's not that it's two people with whatever variation she may have provided to these national.
Really? You're just standing?
She admits it. It was her. She's the person who...
Apparently he gave up hope of actually trying to win the round.
And even though she says that,
I'll just try to pick somebody off.
she still has a view as to the evidence.
That guy was the slowest reaction time I've ever seen in my life.
Why not?
Because I'm innocent, and you can mark my words on it. No jury will convict me.
I also ask that you mark her words while you're marking the guilty verdict.
What kind of meat you cooking up? I didn't see if you said it earlier on.
Jody spent 18 days on the stand. When she knew what questions were coming, and when completely uncontested, she was
beef meat, chicken meat, pork meat.
Questions instinctively, and her dialogue came out in a confident and natural manner. You could tell she had each and every one of her responses planned to a T, and had considerable faith that her manipulative prowess would ultimately save her.
I don't know why, but they were Spider-Man, and...
At this point of the trial, the defense had already detailed how Travis was physically abusive, sexually overbearing, and a deep-seated pedophile. Jody stated that she caught him on his computer looking at images of children, and that Travis had even asked her to wear Spider-Man underwear during sex. The next segment is Jody's supposed theory as to why Travis had such a request.
I should have just stayed behind the little thing there.
There's a child he was close to who really liked Spider-Man. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
He was very much into Spider-Man.
This is the reason why she never left Travis after finding out about his pedophilic urges.
I was under the impression that when he was able to sleep with a woman as opposed to fantasizing about a child, he felt like more normal as a man. So, also I had seen prior to this incident many beautiful qualities about him and good qualities about him and things that were attractive about him. And I believe that this incident was a negative part of himself that he didn't want to foster, or that he was fighting or struggling against. And that he ultimately wanted to...
Pork chops, eh?
So just to clarify what she actually said, her understanding and support of nature was the reason she stayed in a relationship with an unashamed pedophile. She kept it a complete secret, hoping he would change.
What do you mean you're grilling every protein?
And emotionally abusive on a regular basis. She's tearing down his character, but trying to do so in a subtle manner. She gives off the impression that she's holding back on his detraction to preserve some of his reputation, when she's actually trying to destroy it as much as she possibly can. This is Jody's version of events that led up to the killing of Aaron Woods. It's important to note that when you rehearse something in your head repeatedly, it can be as though it actually happened. And as we know, Jody had nothing but time on her hands for the last 4.5 years. The trick will begin at the moment she dropped Travis's camera.
It slipped. It was kind of like, the best I could describe it, like when you go to catch a football that bounces and you kind of fumble it a little, because it didn't slip and just drop. It slipped, and I tried to catch it, and it kind of bounced a little and then found me.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna focus in for a minute. I want to actually hear, so we can finish this game out. The fuck? That startled me. The fuck? Yay. Won't they ever show my final kill cam? They showed it the game before on Crash, like when somebody else got a kill last. But then a couple rounds, I got the last kill of the round, and they never showed a kill cam.
And bounced and rolled onto the tile. It fell first on the mat.
It's a goddamn conspiracy, Grog.
It isn't very big. It's just kind of right outside the shower. At that point, he got very angry, and he stepped out of the shower. He lifted me up from the crouch position with enough force that my feet came off the ground momentarily, and he body slammed me on the tile. At that point, I rolled, and I ran down the hallway. I ran into the closet. I slammed the door. I start running. If you are looking at the diagram, it would be on the left side of the seat. I began running that way with my initial intent to probably run out this door. I instead ran
Pretty
for the
far-fetched.
According to Jody, a gun was hidden above the shelves in Travis's closet. She had discovered it a month earlier while cleaning.
I grabbed the gun. Right about then, Travis was opening the door. I grabbed it. I ran out into the bathroom. He ran, I believe, straight toward the door as well. At that point, I had run out of the bathroom, and I turned, and I just wanted him to stop, so I pointed the gun at him.
What map is this? Oh, I know this map. Fuck off. I just kind of want to finish this out.
Hoping that that would just make him halt. And it didn't. Instead, he lunged at me right around the time that the gun went off. And I didn't mean for it to go off.
This is why her version has to be that Travis was shot first. According to her, it was all an accident. There was no intention to actually kill, and Travis's death was the unintended result of his own senseless aggression. So you might be wondering how she can explain the 27 stab wounds and the laceration to his throat.
We fell with pretty good force down in the corner, near 15, but not quite that close. It was kind of near the sink, kind of, sort of, that area. And he fell kind of on top of me, but to my right. I didn't want him to get on top of me. He was grabbing at my clothes. He was trying to get on top of me.
Oh, greasy, Grog. I just read that. You got that,
got knocked out of my hands, or if I dropped it.
got the job you went for the interview on the other day?
I broke away.
That'll be
from him.
greasy.
The moment I broke away, that's when he threatened my life.
Just to be clear on what Jody is talking about, after she accidentally shot Travis in the head, he wrestled her to the floor, but she then managed to break away, at which point
Dirty.
he screamed the words, "I'll fucking kill you, bitch."
I'd have no clear memories after that, at all. Things began to get really foggy after the gun went off.
So there it is, her explanation as to why she slit the throat and continued stabbing the man she had no intention of killing is that she can't remember. The trauma of the situation caused complete memory loss, but she's able to detail how terrified she was right before her recollection goes blank.
It's hard to describe the fear. It was like mortal terror. It really was. When he was trying to get on top of me, I thought he was...
It was like mortal terror. Wouldn't it have been exactly that?
So, I don't remember any specifics of what happened right after that point.
This is her explanation as to why she never called the police once she came to her senses, and also why she went to such lengths in order to cover up her involvement.
I didn't want people to know the kinds of things that were going on in our relationship. I felt that if I told police Travis attacked me, I would have to give explanation as to why he attacked me. And if I gave explanation as to why, I would have to go back through the different incidents that we'd gone through and how those things didn't really begin until after I walked in on him. I believe they were related, and I didn't ever want to go there. So it was all convoluted, and I thought that by saying that would open the door to that, to that, to that. And I didn't want to de-edify him.
So just to abbreviate what she said, it was all to protect Travis's reputation. She asserts that she was so upset by the event that she became suicidal, and would detail 4 different occurrences in which she tried, but ultimately failed to kill herself. The first attempt was intended to be by self-inflicted gunshot, and Jody connects it to the registered gun police found in her bedroom after the arrest.
I was going to wait until I left Wairika and got to the Salinas or Monterey area so that it didn't happen right in my family's own backyard, so to speak. And I was leaving for that area the morning I was arrested, actually.
Her other attempts supposedly happened when she was in jail.
I had written out all my suicide letters. I sent my note. I sent them all in an envelope to my grandmother's. Do not open until November 10th, 2008. I was hoping to be dead by then. I was like giving myself a little time to get my affairs in order. I had asked for extra loans.
Yo. Look at this homie. What a juror. It looks like a savage.
Dead by then. I was like giving myself a little time to get my affairs in order. I had asked for extra laundry so I could stuff it around my body because there was somebody sleeping below me and I didn't want.
Move to Arizona and start a
get on her.
turquoise and leather shop.
Around my body and got under my blankets with my razor. I never did it, obviously. I'm still here, but I was getting comfortable and I was really pissed at myself because I just wanted to be done.
The final strategy from the defense is to portray self-blame from the defense.
3x more, eh?
To make it seem as though she's not even trying to appear innocent, and thus give credibility to
Be
everything
making bank and pounding skanks. Or something like that, I don't know.
For not finding another way out of this situation you found yourself in on June 4th.
No, I think that if I had just left before any of that happened, I have a million regrets.
This is bullshit.
I mean, I was scared of him and I reacted, but I will always regret everything about that.
Do you blame yourself for not taking some other alternative measures?
Yes, I think maybe if I had handled the gun properly and I meant to just point it at him, I thought it would stop him. And maybe he wouldn't have gotten
A leather shop? You'll be out of business. Yeah, you'll be out of business in a week's time. That's what I said.
I don't know.
Ma'am, you remember having a conversation with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department back on July 15th of 2008?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
What's fascinating about this prosecutor's approach is that the vast majority of his cross-examination doesn't even challenge Jody's new storyline. He simply asks specific questions within it. He puts a microscope under certain elements and lets the absurdity of it all speak for itself.
And during that time, you told me something. Let's take a look at it right now.
I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No.
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
No, that was not the truth.
You'll notice that Jody has a hard time agreeing to details that actually conform to her own narrative. The tone of the prosecutor puts her on the defensive, and she tries her best to avoid agreeing with what he's saying. even though the actual context of his dialogue correlates with her own defense.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
There's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said at the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue.
An imported leather
You have
shop.
problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008.
No.
So he didn't do anything then, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Your Honor, if she can't understand his questions, that's...
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No.
So with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes.
You said no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
That's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that
I found another crime channel that I've been watching a bit, Grog. It's called Coffee House Crime or something like that.
had another chance.
I watched a couple of them earlier on.
The next day, right?
Yes.
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? He sat down, he asked you questions, right?
Yes.
That's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point. That was
Ayo.
Well, was your goal to go to prison?
Not a physical prison on Earth, no. I was trying to kill myself, I think.
Ma'am, you've said that many times, that you tried to kill yourself, right? In court.
I don't know that many, but I've recounted a time that I did.
You've said it more than 3, 4, 5 times, right?
Perhaps.
It's very interesting to see which questions she tries to avoid, or which
Perhaps.
statements she outright refuses to concur with. Her suicidal tendencies were such a huge part of her own testimony, yet she just can't bring herself to agree with what was a very straightforward question from the prosecutor. The amount of times she spoke about suicide should be of no concern, unless, of course, she had an agenda behind it. When a specific topic such as this gets brought up, she all of a sudden becomes highly cautious in how she responds. Cross-examination on the actual killing started on day 39. At this moment, Jody has already explained that she dropped the camera, was body slammed by Travis, rolled away, and had just ran into the closet to get the gun.
So then you just said that you were going over to the closet area to get the gun, right?
The corner.
The corner, right? And as you are in that corner, he's coming.
Yeah, it's not quite as like in depth on the psychological stuff as JCS, but it's pretty good. And it's new cases, you know, like a little bit different cases.
Bigger than what?
It's bigger than the cell that I live in. It's not a small closet.
Ma'am, we don't want to know where you live in. Do you understand that?
I'm just using that as reference. It's not small.
Do you understand? Did I ask you where you were living?
No.
We're clear, right? We do not want to know where you're living right now. You understand that?
Okay, sorry.
You run into the bathroom, don't you?
Yes.
You're in a hurry, right?
Yes.
You want to get away, right?
I want him to not get close to me.
Well, you want to get away. That's what's going on, right?
I want him to not get near me. That's what's going on.
And so what you do then is, according to you, is you then go in here and then you pivot, right? Or turn around.
Yes.
You have the gun. Which hand do you have the gun in?
Both.
So you have it out like this with both hands outstretched?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And so you have the gun outstretched and he's still not there yet, right? He's still in the closet.
He's coming out the door as I turn.
So he's at the door now, right? And according to you, he is on you when you shoot him, right?
Not quite on me. I think the gun went off and then he impacted me right shortly after that.
And in fact, according to your testimony on direct, he falls on top of you, right?
He lunges at me like a linebacker.
Jody used this linebacker
Like a
a number
linebacker.
of times throughout the trial. The prosecutor now asks her to give a visual example. It appeared to have no real tactical purpose, but it was certainly a welcome and somewhat comical
Oh,
distraction for the viewers at home amid the graphic testimony.
word as long as everything goes Gucci.
That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
He got down and
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for you to do.
Greasy.
he went like that and he turned his head and grabbed my waist.
Just like that, correct?
Pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that, but that's.
Is it full time then or part time?
I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and have a seat then. After he came at you, ma'am, and that happened, did you go down?
We both went down.
And he's still not dead, right?
Definitely not. He's very angry.
He's very angry, and this is seconds afterwards, right?
Yes.
Is he on all fours now?
He's on the side of me, grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me.
What happens then?
I break away from him and he screams out, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
And then what do you do?
I don't really remember. I just remember. I don't remember anything at that point, so I would be speculating.
So you don't remember a single solitary thing after that, right?
The prosecutor for the next several hours would argue the improbability of that being the case. The
Next
memory
several
loss caused by
hours.
trauma would put Jody's mind in a state of disorganized chaos. Yet her next steps.
That's a long
were
examination.
We all know. Even going by her own narrative, she knew exactly where to strike Travis with a knife in order to kill him. She also cleaned down the crime scene and deleted the photos from Travis's camera. This argument took over 3 hours to conduct and had to be explained through the scope of mathematics and science. On paper, it was perhaps the most damning part of cross-examination, yet it was so complicated that much of the testimony could have been lost with a jury. It was in fact the start of day 44 that had the most impact. It involved
That'll be
the
greasy though.
between the two
That'll
photographs
offer you a lot
taken on
of
Travis's camera
capital.
by accident. The prosecutor's argument is that Jody would not have enough time to carry out her version of events. He will first get her to recount all of these events in detail, and as she is doing so, will be oblivious to the prosecutor's closing argument. She will begin digging her own grave without realizing it, and it's important to note that all of what she is about to recount occurred in just 62 seconds.
This exhibit 161 is when the camera, according to you, actually hit the ground, right?
I don't know if it's hitting the ground as that photo was taken or not.
So you don't know how this photograph was taken then, right?
It could have been when I was trying to catch it. I don't know.
At some point, the camera hits the ground, right?
Yes.
That's what you told the jury, right?
It hits the mat, yes, and rolls to the top.
Ma'am, yes or no, didn't you tell the jury that the camera hit the ground near the shower? Yes or no?
No. I said it landed on the mat.
Is
No.
that near the shower?
Yes.
Is the mat on the floor near the shower?
Yes.
And the camera hitting the mat, would that be near the shower?
Yes.
And you then said that Mr. Alexander became very upset, right?
Yeah, 2 to 10. I remember you saying that. 2 to 10.
That's what started this whole thing out because he sort of stepped out of the shower and then came after you, right?
Is it in is your the hub that you like start at for the day? Is it in Davenport or across the river?
Or continued when he grabbed you and put you down on the ground, right?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you said that you bumped your head or hit your head, right?
Yes.
And that maybe it knocked the wind out of you, right?
Yes.
And that you were in fear at that point, right?
Yes, very much.
And that you were able to fight him off so that you could get away, right?
I rolled.
You roll away and you begin to run down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And then you went into the closet, right?
Correct.
According to you, that's where you went and obtained the gun, right?
Yes.
When you went into the bathroom, you were able to turn around, if you will, and now you had the gun in your hands, right? That's what you told us, right?
Yes.
And that's when he was coming at you in this linebacker pose, right?
Around that time, yes.
And that's when you shot him in the face, right?
Yeah, that's when the gun went off.
So then, according to you, he fell on top of you, right?
It was kind of on top, but maybe more to the right. I don't know. It wasn't directly on top of me. I was trying to prevent him from getting on top of me.
And that's when the memory issue started, correct? Right?
I'd say that.
Actually, ma'am, the way you describe that, it's impossible
Ismo, eh?
for the killing to have happened in that manner, isn't it?
So that's not too bad. Like from if you were like chilling, trading, whatever, and you got to start at 2, you'd probably have to leave maybe 1:30ish or something like that to account for getting across the bridge or whatever.
No, that's just according to you.
You'll notice that Jody evades the majority of the questions in this next segment. She starts to realize the argument put forward is making complete sense, and will at all costs avoid saying yes to most of the points laid out for her. It's as though she knows a fundamental part of her storyline is about to be exposed.
We know that there's some action that is going on at 5:31:14, right? Something's going on, right?
Yes.
We also know that Exhibit 162 is 5:32:16, which is a minute and 2 seconds later, correct?
Correct.
So you've now shot him. You've told us that the fog is rolling in and that you have no memory. You still don't know where the knife is, do you?
I don't remember a lot from that period. It could be.
Right, but you told us before that period even that you didn't know where the knife was. Do you remember just telling me that?
Today, as I sit here, I don't remember where the knife was. On June 4th, I might have remembered where it was.
Do you remember in cross-examination that I asked you if you knew where the knife was on June 4th? And you said, no, I don't remember where the knife was. And so as you shot Mr. Alexander, you, by necessity, then have to go look for the knife, don't you?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, you didn't have the knife in your hand when you shot him. Did you?
Sustained.
Did you have the knife in your hand when you shot him?
Yeah, that'd be legit. That'd be legit.
No, I did not.
So, that means that if you didn't have the knife in your hand, you needed to go get it from somewhere, right?
I guess. I don't know.
No. There's no guessing here now. If you didn't have it in your hand and you just shot him and you rolled away, right?
Objection, argument.
State.
You do then agree that if you didn't know where the knife was, and Mr. Alexander didn't have it, it would take time for you to go find that knife, wouldn't it?
Objection, argument.
Overruled. I don't know. I don't know where the knife was.
Right. Since you didn't know where the knife was, it would take time to go find it, irrespective of where it was, wouldn't it?
I guess under that theory.
Sure, under that theory. It would take time, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And what you're telling us, under your scenario, is that in 62 seconds, you get body slammed, you do whatever you do, but you get away, you run down the hallway, you go in the closet, you grab a gun, you back up, you shoot Mr. Alexander, he goes down, he's still pawing at you and saying, fucking kill you, bitch. And then, after you're able to get away, you go get the knife, and he ends up at the end of the hallway, all in 62 seconds. That's what you're telling us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And he didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, till I got away. And
Pardon?
he didn't say fucking kill you, bitch, until after I got away. You said he said it before I broke away, but he said it right as I broke away.
She just created a non-argument for the purpose of deflecting from the primary contention. Whether or not Travis said those words before or after she broke away has no bearing whatsoever on the prosecutor's assertion, which he now reiterates.
And then you had to go get the knife for everything to occur so that we got here.
I don't know all the particulars of what's going on in that picture, so I can't even say if that's true or not.
You might be thinking Jody has an argument here, that perhaps Travis was only shot and not stabbed. This would have given reason for the blood, and contend that Jody wouldn't have had to go looking for the knife. But the medical examiner found little to no bleeding at the site of the bullet track. The probable reason for this is that Travis was already dead. But there are also medical phenomena that could still prove Jody's narrative to be true. What she can't prove, however, is that this blood came from the gunshot.
You say that he gets shot, right?
That's correct.
Goes down, and you describe for us that he's pawing at you, and then you're able to sort of stand up, fucking kill you, bitch, and then the fog rolls in, right?
No, then I have no memory. The fog was already there.
The fog was already there, and did you or did you not have the knife with you?
I did not.
And you obtained it at some other point when you can't tell us, right?
It would appear that way, yes.
You say it would appear that way. Let's be clear, there wasn't anybody else there, right?
That's correct.
And you did stand up at some point. You remember telling us that, right?
I believe I did.
And when you stood up, he was still on the ground, right?
I don't recall looking back.
Pardon?
I don't recall looking back.
So you were, even though he's still a threat to you, according to you, and he's just threatening your life, you turn your back on the threat?
Yeah, I'm trying to get away.
This was the time she stated verbatim, the fog was already there. Yet when she feels threatened by a question, she all of a sudden has a vivid recollection. The element of the time span between the two photographs goes on for another 45 minutes. Yet the full context of the argument had already been asserted by this point, and perhaps strengthened by Jody's defensive posture throughout the entire exchange.
When a battered woman is attacked and they're defending their life, they don't know when to stop. Travis Alexander's body was stabbed 27 times. It may be that Jody Arias didn't know when to stop.
This individual, the defendant, Jody Ann Arias, killed Travis Alexander. And even after stabbing him over again, and even after slashing his throat from ear to ear, and then even after taking a gun and shooting him in the face, she will not let him rest in peace.
Demolish the pork chops, eh?
Instead of a gun, instead of a knife, she uses lies. This is an individual who is manipulative. This is an individual who will stop at nothing and will continue to be manipulative and will lie at every turn and at every occasion that she has. Everything in this case points to the fact that it did not happen. There are no medical reports, there are no friends, there is no one that can come in and say anything about that. There are no medical records, there is absolutely nothing. There is a direct strike to his neck, which is an indication of somebody who is thinking, this person's not going to live. He may get away from me in the shower. He may get away from me all the way to the sink. And he may stumble his way down that hallway. But you know, I caught him. And now, rather than stabbing him anywhere else, right here. So it's a very well orchestrated kill. The other thing that she did is that she created a lie that really involves behavior that is a hot button kind of topic. How horrific it is to be accused
Greasy.
falsely of being a pedophile. Not here. He's not here to say, no, that's not true. And so Snake goes to the computer and doesn't find anything there. Oh, no, I changed my mind. It was actually images. First of all, her journal indicates that there wasn't such an event. Second of all, the text messages also indicate the same thing. And what human being, if that is the allegation, if they really are caring, what human being doesn't go to the police and say, or somebody else, this person is a pedophile? What she does, well, it's the new approach. It's the new approach to pedophilia. What does she do? Well, let's jump in the sack. That's what we're going to do.
State of Arizona versus Jody Ann Arias, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, and the above entitled
Guilty as fuck.
our oaths do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder, guilty. 5 jurors find premeditated, 0 find felony murder, 7 fine, both premeditated and felony.
Just a couple of minutes ago, you heard the verdict from the jury. What are your thoughts?
Get wrecked.
I think I just went blank. Just, I don't know. I just feel overwhelmed. I think I just need to take it a day at a time.
Did you avoid eye contact with Travis's family while you were in there, or did you make eye contact, and what are your thoughts on that?
I typically avoided eye contact. Travis comes from a family where they all sort of look a lot alike, so when I see their faces, I see Travis, and I see the man that abused me, and I don't want to look at that. Well, the worst outcome for me would be natural life. I would much rather die a lot sooner than later. Longevity runs in my family, and I don't want to spend the rest of my natural life in one place.
So you're saying you actually prefer getting the death penalty to being in prison for life?
Yes.
Jody changed her mind about wanting to die. Again, during her plea to save her life, she was sure to mention all the charitable work she decided to take part in after being charged with first-degree murder.
A few months before trial, and by that I mean jury selection, my hair was past my waist, and I donated it. Additionally, I've designed a t-shirt. This is the t-shirt, of which 100% of the proceeds
Is there-
go to support nonprofit organizations which also assist other victims of domestic violence.
Wow.
We can never get him back.
We are so grateful for our wonderful brother, and we feel so lucky and blessed for the time we had with Travis, however short-lived. We would give anything to have him back. Anything. Thank you.
The right thing, the difficult thing in this case, because it's never easy, her duty, the difficult thing to do under these circumstances, the only thing that you can do based on the mitigating circumstances and their lack of, is to return a verdict of death.
The simple question that's before you is, do you kill her? That's the question. She has done something very bad. She did. And you have convicted her for that. You have told her that she is guilty of first-degree murder for that. But the question is now, do you kill her?
State of Arizona versus Jody Ann Arias, sentencing verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, unanimously find, having considered all of the facts and circumstances, that the defendant should be sentenced. No unanimous agreement. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict, so say you want to know?
It is
What's that
ordered.
mean?
The defendant shall be incarcerated in the Department of Corrections.
Oh, so she didn't get death penalty, she just got life.
Jody Arias is currently housed at the Arizona State Prison Complex. She maintains her innocence to this day.
And then, uncomfortable with her handcuff situation, she then gets up off the chair, which I don't know if any of the people that I've done yet have done anything like this. She gets off the chair and then sits on the floor. And at one point on the floor, she's like this, and then she like whips her hair way back. And when she did that, I was like, ha! She just is a horrifying, just the way she moved.
I think I'm gonna hop off for a bit and the vile eye. What type of content is it though? Is it crime? Oh yeah. It's like going over movies. Be worth checking out. I think for now I'm gonna get off for a little bit and make some food because I have not eaten at all yet today. But I will probably get back on in like an hour or so. So yeah, I will most likely